All right, we are back with Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, Session 23. I am Music Master, the Dungeon Master here, and we're excited to be back. So for those of you watching for the very first time here on Twitch or YouTube later, I'm just going to go ahead and give a brief overview of the campaign so far. Then we'll get into some character introductions, and then we'll get into a more in-depth recap of what happened last session in Session 22 specifically. So the campaign so far, our character started in the holy city of Elturel, a shining city in the western heartlands, which had a large artificial sun that hung over the city called the Companion. The characters went on a mission for some leaders of Elturel outside of the city, and on their way back to Elturel, the entire city vanished before their eyes, nothing left but a crater in the ground. The character stumbled upon some refugees gathering outside in the aftermath and helped them on a 10-day journey back to Baldur's Gate. When they reached Baldur's Gate, they found that the city was under lockdown. But luckily, some of our characters were members of the Flaming Fist, and they were able to get an audience with Flame Zodge of the Basilisk Gate, who sent them on a mission to solve a set of murders that were happening in the outer city. And repayment for those solving those murders, he would grant access to the inner city. The group did so after some inquiring at Slaughterhouse, came back, went into the inner city, and were sent on a mission by Zodge to solve a simultaneous set of murders happening in the inner city. A bunch of stuff went down. One of the Dukes of Baldur's Gate was murdered. They found a dungeon underneath a bathhouse. They had to retreat from that dungeon after a party member died. They went back into the dungeon, killed a bunch of people, found one of the other Duke's family members in that dungeon who revealed a larger conspiracy at hand. And leaving that dungeon is basically where we left off at the beginning of last session after going through the city and doing a little shopping and such. But we'll get into a more detailed recap of exactly what happened last session specifically. But first, let's do some character introductions. So, Igvis, if you want to start, just tell us a little bit more about Igvis and what he's all about.
Hello, I'm Manny, and I play Igvis. Igvis is a winged tiefling monk and member of the Flaming Fist. Currently, he was contracted by Nyle in order to assist with, seems like a vendetta against the people who murdered his friend, and is trying to also protect the family of a fallen comrade.
Perfect. Kel?
I am Charles. I play Kel Stormborn. Kel is a 7-foot tall, 280-pound Dragonborn paladin. He is currently quite frustrated in his path of redemption and vengeance, trying to bring those who killed his mother and are responsible for the fall of Elturel to justice. So yeah.
Cool. Aenerion?
Hi, I'm Jonathan. I'm Aenerion, who is a Shatterkai druid. He's a pretty young elf, but he's probably about 100 years old, but he spent most of that time in the Shadowfell. He's new to Baldur's Gate, and he's trying to find his way. He got captured by cultists and rescued by the group, so he's hanging out with them, kind of see what they're all about.
Awesome. Nyle?
Hi, I'm Horace. I play Nyle. And Nyle is currently on his supposed vacation and time of grieving, to which he spent working, still helping the townsfolk of Baldur's Gate, despite the fact that they see his golden armor and his watch status, and rightfully so, treat him as one would treat the watch. He's currently investigating with these group of people suggested to him by a personal friend, and he's looking into solving the murder of his friend, the Duke, as well as to kind of bring some amount of peace back to the region of Baldur's Gate, because it's his city, or not his city, but more so a city that he serves and he's grown to love through his long time here. And he hopes that there will be less murder that happens. But yeah.
Cool. Elias?
I play Alais, a wandering performer who just does some really random things for a wandering performer. And that's all he claims to be.
And Mariana.
I'm Bees. I play Mariana, a water genasi pirate with no ship, who's kind of just following the group around right now and trying to figure out what she wants to do.
Great. And those are our PCs here. So, for those of you watching for the first time, at the beginning of every session, I like to have all of our characters roll a single d20, and whoever rolls the lowest gets the honor of recapping what the events of last session from their character's perspective in detail. So if all of you want to go ahead and roll me a d20 here in Foundry, we'll see who gets that honor. All right, we got a 4 from Igvis, 15 from Mariana, 18 Aenerion, 18 Nyle. A lot of high rolls except for Igvis so far. Had a 19 from Kel as well. But yeah, that's a lot of high rolls. Just need one from Elias here.
I found you connecting.
Let's keep that energy going tonight.
You think we can keep that energy going? I don't think we've had like a night where it's all been high rolls.
We need one. It's time. It's time. We need one.
Don't do that. I don't know that we're gonna.
Shush, we're setting the stage.
Okay, fine.
Elias, what do you?
I rolled an Arcana check. Did it show up right on Foundry?
It did.
It was a 17.
17. Okay, well, it's a lot higher than Igvis, so we'll give it to Igvis there. I didn't get your Arcana check, so you might want to just practice some rolling here while Igvis recaps for us.
I'm not getting into Foundry correctly. Let me try again.
Sounds good. In the meantime, while you're working on that, Igvis, whenever you're ready, go ahead and recap last session for us from Igvis's perspective.
So, last time in our particular campaign, we had just finished clearing the deck of the Poison Poseidon, the tannery in the middle of the city, and ended up going deeper into the Poison Poseidon in order to deal with some additional cult activity that we had investigated. In doing so, we accidentally murdered an innocent in the tannery, cleared out the rest of the area of cultists, and found Aenerion while we were adventuring through it. Afterward, Igvis broke off from the group to go and investigate the missing family who were supposed to be returned by the Cult of the Dragon during that day, but never returned. And everybody met back up at our new tavern in order to try and maintain some semblance of not being watched by the family of Mortlock.
Perfect. All right. So you did do that. Let's go ahead and switch on over to the Harsh Lamb, which is where you guys had left off last session. You had just gone back to the Harsh Lamb after investigating the tannery, finding some important documents, interrogating one of the necromancers that you were familiar with there. And at the Harsh Lamb, you had ordered some peculiar food and drink, rested for the night, woke up the next morning, and were deciding upon what you wanted to do. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the rest of you and tell me what you'd like to do.
Me and Igvis were going to talk to Flame Zodge, right?
I believe that's why we're grouped.
Yeah, while they do that, Kel is going to... I want to find someone who can clean my blade and hold my blade. Even though it is a magical blade, I feel that it is tainted by innocent blood.
Okay. You would be able to find that, Kel. What about the rest of you? Mariana, Alais and Aenerion, what would you be doing? Would you be doing anything specific or just waiting for Nyle and Igvis to get back?
I was going to check with the Majestic to ask Wilkes if he'd heard anything on Vaati.
Okay. Majestic. And Alais and Aenerion?
Anarion is turning and trying to pick up the scent of the guy who stole the eye.
Elias is probably rolling with that. That sounds fun. He's going to do either that or talk to Flame Zodge because laugh at the chaos.
All right. And Aenerion, you cut out a little bit on me there, but you're turning into what specifically?
Turning into a dog or a mastiff,
Okay.
and trying to pick up the scent of the guy with the eye from last night.
Okay. Sounds good. And when you we'll get to that in a second. Let's start with Igvis and Nyle. So the two of you head out to go visit Flame Zodge. You do indeed find Flame Zodge. It's not particularly difficult to find him. You're well aware of where he is at the Basilisk Gate and where his office is. So you managed to get to the Basilisk Gate. You managed to gain entry into his office after talking to one of the gauntlets on guard. And you open the door, and there is Zodge sitting at his desk doing paperwork.
Nyle, Igvis, you're back so soon?
Niall's gonna walk up to his desk and hold out like an extended envelope. I need you to give this to our mutual friend. Obviously, under the table.
Right.
They should know how things are folding out.
Well, you know how this works, Nyle. I'll pass this along this once, but I'm afraid that I'm not going to be much use to you. In the future here, we need to keep a very low profile. The Flaming Fist here, and I'm not sure that I should be seen around you very much.
I understand, but as far as anyone knows, we're just two friends commiserating on our mutual friend's death. We were both there that night, after all.
Right, I understand, but it is better safe than sorry, and if our mutual friend wishes to contact you, you know what to look out for.
I understand. I believe Igvis wanted to report something along the lines of their particular duties.
Right then, Igvis, what do you have for me, Gauntlet?
I believe when I spoke to you about the murders happening outside the city, we did mention that one of the cultists eluded us during that portion of the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, I do remember that report.
We located them inside of the Poison Poseidon tannery, and they have been dealt with, along with the rest of their comrades.
Perfect. That is very good to hear. Good work, Gauntlet. I'll be sure to give you a glowing recommendation in our next assessment.
Of course. The only other thing I wanted to ask you is we had some small leads about some additional issues. I was just wondering if you can give me any information you can on, I believe it was called the Low Lantern.
All right, what would you like to know about the Low Lantern?
Do you happen to have a blueprint, additional forms of entry, or exits other than the front door, anything of that nature?
Well, as you're aware, Igvis, the Low Lantern is a bar that, a boat that has been turned into a tavern, a bar. The only entrance that I'm aware of is the entrance right above deck. I wouldn't have any plans specifically for the boat. You'd have to go to High Hall in order to grab those plans if you wanted them, and quite frankly, it would take quite a bit of time to grab them. I would ask you why you need them, but quite frankly,
I don't think
it's
you
better
want to
that
know.
yes, it's better that I don't know.
One last thing. What is this region called? Like the one just outside this lower city?
Tumbledown.
Tumbledown. Flame Zodge, I have reason to believe that there's some additional information that I have a personal request about the Cult of the Dragon near Tumbletown, and I'm looking for them specifically. If you could send anybody while you have time to go investigate for me before we return, that would be fantastic.
The Cult of the Dragon, you say? What makes you believe that there's Cult of the Dragon activity? We dealt with them quite a long time ago.
I've received reports that they're currently in the hill next to Tumbletown, and it's a little too large for me to survey the entire mountain. If you could spare just a little bit of time trying to help me narrow down my search.
And what evidence would you have to suggest this?
Do you remember Vaati, right?
Is that the bugbear?
Yes, the investigator who we initially
Yes.
during our investigation. Well, he had a small crew that he had hired and on an information gathering mission, and they narrowed it down to the hill, but no further down. So, I have reason to believe that the Cult of the Dragon still has activity in that area.
Right, well, you're asking for quite the allocation of resources, and as you know, we are already pretty booked up here and pretty busy. There is still the refugee crisis that is going on, of course, here in the city. We are thin as it is, with all of those that went missing in El Terrell. It's quite would be quite difficult for me to allocate resources to such a witch hunt of sorts, you know, based on the rumor of a friend of a friend.
I do have a question. Honed was under my command, is that correct? Where is he now?
Yes, Honed came to see me, and after a brief discussion with him, he has since been reassigned.
Okay. Understood, sir. If you could spare anything, that'd be great. Otherwise, we'll be seeing you.
Right.
Anything else, Nyle?
None that I can think of, and I think it's best that I leave as soon as possible.
I do think that would be wise. You are good dismissed, Gauntlet.
Just a kind of half-hearted salute. Bye, sir.
And as we're walking out, we like, I'll just kind of like pat Igvis on the shoulder and be like, try not to take Zodge being so defensive too seriously. We are all under a certain pressure right now.
I just want to save a family. It looks like that's not going to be happening anytime soon. By your command, sir.
Well, to be fair, no. You said that family's in Tumbledown?
We can talk about it later. Mariana had information that the Cult of the Dragon had activity in. I keep forgetting what this hill is called.
Dusthawk Hill.
Dustock Hill. But obviously, it's too large to try and survey the entire area.
Do I know the history of that hill at all, DM?
Yeah, I would say anybody from Baldur's Gate or has been in there for a while would be familiar with Dustcock Hill. So it's pretty large, as you can see on the map. It's made of granite, but
I just meant of any large interior caves, catacombs, or anything that were built inside.
yeah, I mean, you would know that there are quite a bit of caves that would run underneath the hill. It used to be private land and was protected from hunters for the Dustcock, which it is so aptly named for. But there are a multitude of caves underneath the hill that have been scoured and used as hunting grounds for all manners of creatures. So you do know that there are a plethora of caves underneath. You wouldn't know specifically a layout of those caves because it's quite a large area, but you do know they exist.
So let me get this straight, Igvis. You're looking for your you assume, based on what you said to Flame Zodge, that the Dragon Cult is operating in that hill, and Flame Zodge does not have enough resources to search that hill.
The long and short of it, I suppose.
I mean, I don't know if even all the Watch has the resources to go inside that hill. There's too many caves and caverns for that. Although that would make the perfect place for that slimy cult to make their abode.
Let me be clear, and at this point, I'm just gonna place my hand on his shoulder and look straight into his eyes. This dragon cult in particular has killed every person that's mattered to me so far, and I don't want them to kill these two.
Well, then maybe we should make it our personal responsibility to start there. If they're going to kill people that are important to you and that would distract you from what I need you to do, then let's solve that issue first.
I would enjoy that tremendously, but aren't we running out of time to deal with the other issue as well?
Well, here's the thing. Both are issues. Both need to be solved. And I don't think the Dragon Cult is particularly fond of demons. It's potential that we could solve two birds, one stone. Friend of my enemy is my friend, so to speak. So maybe we can work that angle. Maybe we can solve both issues. Regardless, both need to get solved, and I think it would do us all some good if the leader that I was told about had a clear conscience.
I feel like you got that saying wrong, but I'll go with it. Let's just go.
I'm old. Oh, I'm old! So let's see if we can't gather the group, get Mariana, and solve that right away, and then we can get back on with our quest.
Let me check their house really quickly, just to make sure they didn't arrive after I left. Otherwise, I'm all for hunting these dragon cultists down.
I shall accompany you then. Onward.
So, quick detour to, like, over here-ish. To go check their house.
Yeah, and to make a long story short here and kind of speed that up, you would go to their house and you would find basically the same scene that you found the last two times that you were there. And no one else in sight.
On that note, is that symbol still on the wall?
Yes.
I'll show that symbol to Nyle and say, this is the third time I've seen this thing, and it's always been in regards to the dragon cult.
And do I need to make a check or anything to look at it, arcana-wise or history-wise?
Yeah, this would make me a history check.
How's the 24 sound?
That sounds like a pretty good roll. So you would recognize this as the symbol for the cult of the dragon, and you'd be pretty familiar with the cult of the dragon, especially because you've been in Baldur's Gate for a while, and Baldur's Gate did have an issue with the cult of the dragon 5 or 6 years ago. You are aware of an incident of a warehouse that burnt down in Brampton, that was dealing with the cult of the dragon, and that the Flaming Fist was involved in ridding the cult of the dragon pretty much from that section of the city. And that warehouse was serving basically as their headquarters. You know that high-ranking members of the cult of the dragon are referred to as wearers of purple. You know that in general, the cult of the dragon, they worship dragons, undead dragons, dracoliches, all sorts of things dragon related. You would know that they are defined, typically, members of their cult wear these very unique masks that kind of resemble dragons, and they have these curled horns on them, and the number of horns on your mask designates your rank, and you're pretty familiar with the look of those masks and how those, what kind of ranking people would have if you were to see them. But you also know, in general, there hasn't been, as far as you're aware of, any activity since they were raided in Brampton 5 or 6 years ago from the cult. You would assume, with your knowledge, that they've been wiped out from the city at least. But
Well, because they told me about their escapades with the cult, the cult they ran into, so I know that they're not completely ran out of the city now.
I would say I'm giving you probably the knowledge you had before you met the group. Your innate
okay.
knowledge. Not counting
Okay.
whatever they've already told you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of look at the symbol and look at back at Igvis and be like, I thought you all rooted them out years ago, but seems they're back. And of course, it has to be in the worst time possible.
I don't know what else to tell you. I'm just so sick and tired of these guys.
I totally understand. I was sick and tired of them the moment I heard of them. I tell you what, I read those papers, did not like it. Anyway, we should probably make our way back towards the others, see if we can't get a plan to solve our leader's issue.
Our leader?
Well, yeah, you're the leader of this group, right?
I have never claimed that title.
You haven't claimed it, but leaders don't generally get to choose being a leader. They're chosen to be.
We'll have a discussion about this later. I'm under your care after all, right?
Under my hire, yes. And we can just if we want, we can do like a play-by-post of that.
We'll be bickering on the way back, basically.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Let's jump over to Mariana. So Mariana, you were heading over to the Majestic.
Correct.
So we'll take those people off. You would head over to the Majestic, and of course, as you enter, Wilkes would be there behind the bar, would be scrubbing a glass, it seems. Mariana, it's great to see you. Again, I actually have some news for you. It's quite coincidental that you dropped by.
Well, let's hear it.
So our good friend Vaati did show up last night. I just thought that I would let you know, and I told him that you were concerned and that all of his friends were concerned, and he said not to worry and to let you all know that he is doing quite fine.
Is that all?
Oh yes, that is it. You asked me to let you know if I saw him, and well, that is what I did.
And did he seem normal to you?
Well, besides, the horns and, the look that he's had over the last couple days or so, which is definitely different than his normal look. Yes, otherwise his normal inquisitive self.
Did he say anything about what he's up to, where he's going? We really haven't seen him.
Well, he didn't mention too much. Just asked a couple questions, like he does.
About anything in particular, or?
Well, yes. Of course he did. I know that Vaati, you know Vaati as well. He likes to keep things rather private, So I if you see him, you can ask him yourself, I suppose. But I would rather not say too much. He holds me in high regard, and so I prefer not to break that trust. Of course, you understand.
I get it. Connections are important. And I'm gonna slide 3 gold over the counter and ask him to let me know if he hears anything more.
Well, of course, and but you are a trusted friend, I suppose. As he kind of takes the gold and he puts it in his pocket. I don't think that Vaati would mind if I told you. It's not as if he told me specifically not to tell you. Of course, but he was asking questions. Now that I think about it, of Tumbledown. He was very curious about a place called the Itchy Mole. Just want to know a little bit more about the tavern itself, and if I know of the proprietors of the tavern, or have heard any rumors coming out of Tumbledown. Of course I, haven't heard anything specifically about Tumbletown and rumors. I've, quite busy here at the Majestic in the inner city, but he was quite quite adamant about, I think, going to check out the Itchy Mole, and he also asked about a shield of some sort. I don't remember exactly what he said, but yeah, so you might be able to find him there if you're looking.
Thank you so much. We were hoping to catch up with him. We've been worried.
Of
I
course,
really
understand.
appreciate it, Wilkes. Have a good one.
You
And
as
she'll
well.
slide another silver.
And he'll just nod as he kind of takes it and puts it in his pocket, and then continues cleaning glasses.
And she'll head back towards the lamb.
Okay. So you'll head back. Let's go ahead and go to Aenerion and Alais. So, Aenerion, you were turning into a dog or a mastiff, and you were trying to see if you could pick up the scent of the guy with the eye. When you say the guy with the eye, are you talking about the one that you met who seemed to have a cloak with glass eyes, or are you talking about the gentleman in the morning who was missing an eye?
No, the cloak guy, the guy we think stole the eyes.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a survival check with advantage. Survival or investigation, I'll say. Your choice with advantage. All right, a 19. Yeah, so you're able to pick up the scent, and it seems like the scent is headed down along the dock sides in, I'm just going to go ahead for the sake of the stream, zoom in here on the Baldur's Gate map. So the Harsh Lamb is right here where I am going to ping in a second. And you actually catch onto the scent that seems to travel down this way along the dock side. And then there's like a set of stairs over here, wooden stairs that kind of go down to a lower level where there are some boats, little rowboats, and underneath
one of those where the rowboats are. There's like a little archway where the water kind of goes into the sewerway, and inside there's a little ledge. And when you get down there to that ledge, you actually see the cloaked man sleeping under the archway on the ledge out of the water.
So when we're still in the lamb, I arp at Elias, arp, arp, and just pull on his robe and kind of tug him, and we follow the scent down there. Then I guess when we see him, I kind of run up, don't touch him, but get close and kind of circle around and sniff, trying to let Elias know that this is the guy that saw the eyes.
So Elias is gonna like just walk right up to him and like put his elbow on his shoulder and kind of lean on him a bit. Be like, so, you know what I wish I could find on the market these days? Eyes. You can never have enough eyes.
And you say that as you lean up next to him, and you just hear.
Is he actually asleep?
Oh yeah, he's sleeping.
Can I roll an investigation check to confirm without waking him?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. Or an insight. Give me an insight. More of like an insight, I guess.
11.
Yeah, he's sleeping.
We have rope and manacles, right? I'm gonna try to use those.
Okay. So you want to slap manacles on him, and what do you want to do with the rope? Just bind him? I
just want to like pin him down.
All right. You slap those manacles on, and you start to bind him, and as you do start to bind him, he wakes up. What's going on? What are you doing to me? And he starts to struggle against you. Make me an athletics check.
Elias is not athletic. This is not going to go well. Nine.
All right, a 9. And, as you're trying to bind him,
Wouldn't you see an opposed check?
Yes, he rolled a 14. So as you are trying to bind him, he kicks off your chest and jumps to his feet, his hands still manacled behind his back, and he runs past you as you kind of tumble back into the wall. He would be coming straight past you, Aenerion.
Does Aenerion get an attack of opportunity, or if he wants it?
Yeah, so what would you like to do, Aenerion, as he kind of comes rushing past you?
He's gonna bite at his cloak and try to grab onto his cloak, growling the whole time.
Okay, give me an attack roll. And are you trying to, bite to do damage to him, or just trying to hold him there?
Just trying to hold him there.
Okay, so you can give me an athletics instead of an attack roll. If your goal is to hold him there as he passes you.
My athletics in the dog's form is +1. My athletics as an Aryan is -1, so...
Yeah, so you'd be using the dog.
Just switch this from a -1 to a +1, because I
Okay.
can't roll as the dog.
Okay. So it'll be 2 more than this is. So 20. That's pretty good. Oh, and he rolled a 19. So good thing he rolled so high. Yeah, as he tries to bolt past you, he almost makes it past you, but you're able to get a really good grip on his cloak and yank him back. And kind of as you yank him back by the cloak, he slips and falls backwards on his back. But you are able to kind of hold him there with your jaw and your bite by the cloak and keep him pinned down.
So Alais is gonna bind his feet now, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to bind his feet. Go ahead and, Elias, give me a survival check, and that's going to be the DC to break your bindings.
This is not a good skill for Alais either. Um, 23.
Okay. So that's the DC he needs to break it. That's a pretty high DC. He can't make that. So he struggles against your bindings, but it seems like you got a pretty good firm grip on him between the bindings and the handcuffs, and Aenerion also helping out with the dog. So he's not moving.
Yeah.
I don't understand. What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
I hear you're a man who can sell me eyes.
And he kind of stops for a second, calms down, and says,
You're looking for some eyes?
I'm looking for some eyes.
Well, why didn't you just say so? Why did we have to do all this?
'Cause we don't know who's watching and we can't let them see us trading the eyes.
Right, well, I can show you my wares, but you'll need to unbind me.
We gotta go somewhere they won't see us. Everyone ignores a kidnapping in Baldur's Gate, but they don't want you to have the eyes.
and he looks around for a second, and he says,
Is this not private enough?
No, they're everywhere. By the way, this is Elias, doing your choice of perception or performance.
sure, give me performance.
Aenarion's growling at him the whole time.
And as you're growling, he's kind of nervously looking down at the dog.
22.
22.
And he says, Well, yes, I mean, you have me in quite a precarious situation. I don't think that there's much that I can do about that now, is there? But I am amicable to selling you some eyes, if that's what you're looking for. But would you mind unsicking your dog?
Yeah, I'll stick him off. My client wants eyes everywhere. This man, he needs to see everything. He's got this shiny armor, and you know he's packing all the gold these eyes are worth.
See, so what kind of eyes are you looking for? I have glass eyes, I have metal eyes.
He's going to describe all the details of the eye that was stolen and how it needs to be a legacy eye that's proven itself through 3 generations. We need only the finest eyes. And basically I'm gonna describe the eye that was stolen.
Okay.
And with my client, I'm going to drop the details on the watch, but use all the details about Nyle that would make him sound like he wants to buy. He's the kind of man who could need more eyes. You know, untouchable, all that shebang.
Ah, so you're working for the man in the upper city, huh?
This particular man wants to see everything. You see, there's different men in the upper city. And this man, he's the people's man. He's the one. I'm gonna go on a fanatical rant about how clearly Nyle is the only thing standing between watching the other city as they're watching us, and whole thing I am literally I should have to roll for how much he tried to sound like just a worshiping Nyle as a god.
Yeah, I think your performance is good enough. Your performance roll, and he says,
Yes, I see. So you're the kind of man, the kind of figure that could use an eye like this, an eye that sees all. Well, I have quite the eye for you.
and he kind of shuffles because you still haven't unbound him.
And he's like, but if you can unbind me, I can show you the,
Don't
the
worry. We're gonna take you somewhere. Elias is, of course, whispering all this because, like, we're kind of like moving him back to the inn now for like his pitch to this great man, which is Nyle.
So, you are moving him back to the inn. So how are you doing that? Are you just kind of carrying him throughout the city, bound?
Yes.
I kind of feel like you just throw him over the back of the Mastiff and you just ride him there.
We're gonna do that, and I'm probably gonna use like minor illusion to make it look like, just make coughing sounds coming out of his direction, so people think he's sick, and we're just like walking him somewhere.
Okay. So he's on the back of the Mastiff, on the dog, and you. Meanwhile, there's all these coughing sounds coming from. And you definitely get looks and glares as you're moving along the city, and you see people kind of whispering to themselves as they kind of point and stare at you.
Yeah, we should have had a better plan here. That's okay. Elias is going to take out his lute and try to make it look like this is some weird artist performance.
Okay, go ahead and make me another performance check.
Aenarion's gonna howl in the same like tune as the lute, so he's like a trained dog.
It was a natural one.
Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it at advantage because Aenerion is trying to play up the act.
Okay, all right, Aenarion, thank you. It is a 7.
All right, not very much better. So you're playing your lutes, and Aenarion is howling, and you can kind of see people kind of covering their ears. What is that racket? Or is everything okay over there? And you'll see a couple people that will approach you. Do you need help?
What do these people who approach us look like?
So there is a younger man. He's in kind of commoner clothes. He has short black hair, green eyes. You see a woman who's a little bit older. She's walking with a cane. Takes her a little bit longer to get up there. And those two kind of come up to you initially.
And so what Elias is going to do is he's going to gesture, kind of keeping a respectful distance. Because, he's aware they think he's probably crazy, and he's going to whisper quietly, and he's going to say, "My dear uncle is a little deranged, and we're taking him to a doctor. Which is quite unfortunate. We're trying to play music to calm him down, and my loyal dog is trying to sing along, and we're just trying to keep him calm without an incident. He's, as you can see, bound for his own protection."
Aenarion starts whimpering.
Roll me a deception, Elias. Just a straight deception check.
6.
Well, it's probably not best to have him tied up like that.
Yes, my dear, I don't really think that you should be doing that to your poor old uncle over there, and your lute seems to be a little off, I would say. It seems like some of your strings need replacing, and
Well, can you help me tune it, perchance?
well, I could do such a thing, actually. I'm quite well versed in musical instruments. If you wouldn't mind letting me borrow it for a couple hours, I would be happy to fix it up for you and intune it and bring it back to wherever you might be staying.
Okay, so for the last thing I'm going to do a sleight of hand to Aenarion to, kind of sneak off now with him on his back.
Aenarion just starts going.
And Elias is going to be like, "Indeed, that could be very helpful." And he's going to take out his lute and be like, "How much would this cost, perchance?"
Oh, for your dearie, helping your poor old uncle, I would say maybe 2 copper pieces.
Oh, let's go take care of it now. And he's gonna hand her the loot.
And she'll say, "Oh, well, I'll need some peace and quiet to work on this. My fingers aren't as nimble as they used to be in my heyday. It'll just take me a couple hours. Where are you staying? I can bring this to wherever you may be staying, a fine young man like yourself."
He's gonna mention where he's staying, and then he's gonna hand her. Let me check Elias's inventory. I don't think he actually. He's gonna hand her 1 silver and say there will be 1 more waiting for her at the tavern he's staying at.
Okay, and you tell her the name of the tavern. So you would tell her the Harsh Lamp.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, young lad.
And then she looks to the younger man who is with her and says, "Come on, Derek. I could use your assistance in this. Actually, let the fine man be on with his business."
Thank you so much for taking care of my loot. It's an heirloom. It's the last thing I've left of my father.
Oh, you are quite welcome. I am happy to help a good man such as yourself. Who cares about family?
Indeed, family is quite important.
And with that, she will slowly, with her cane, kind of.
Elias is going to give his bow
Go
and just
off.
walk in the vague direction back to the end.
Okay.
I think that was relatively successful.
Sounds good. You are able to walk back to the inn without any further incident. And Aenerion, you would arrive before Elias at the inn with this man kind of strapped over your back in dog form.
Do you think Nyle is there? Is Nyle there yet?
At this point, Nyle wouldn't be there yet. Nyle and Igvis would still be out, Mariana would still be out, and Kel would still be out. So you would actually be the first to arrive back.
I think the plan was to wait for them. Thoughts, Aenerion?
Aenerion just sits the man down kind of next to the front door and sits kind of on top of him, kind of in the middle, kind of next to him, kind of in his lap. Just looks like a dog.
Yes.
All right.
Elias is just going to shrug his shoulders. He's a very affectionate boy.
Oh.
And you're going to keep him bound?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're going to bring him in. Should we try to bring him inside the inn? Just so we don't get, attention drawn to us?
Aenerion was kind of thinking they might unbind him if he went in with a dog and a guy tied up.
Well, how busy, DM, how busy was this inn last night?
Not very. There were only a couple patrons the other night. You guys made up almost all the patrons.
Elias is going to look inside and see how many people are inside.
Yeah, when you look inside, there's actually nobody inside when you
So
come
Elias
inside.
is going to do that and then sneak him up to the room.
All right. Sounds good. So
Note that we're going to keep an active eye on him.
So you sneak him up to the room. So we'll use this token for him here. All right, and you wait. Cal, let's go to you real quick. Cal, you are able to find a place to clean your sword. The Glorious Rat. It's a place in Eastway, so fairly close. And you walk in, and there's a middle-aged man with graying hair at the counter, and it seems to be a location that has all kinds of various weapons that are hanging on the wall, and he seems to be inspecting a couple of weapons on the wall as he turns, and he says,
Ah, yes. What can I do for you?
Good evening, sir. I have a blade of a special nature that I'm in need of having it purified um, and restored to its former glory.
Why, let me take a look at that.
And what blade do you produce?
Night's End.
Okay. So you pull out your great sword, and when you pull it out, it glows in that blue radiance.
He says, "Oh, this is quite a magnificent weapon. Where did you ever come by this?"
I earned it through battle.
Through battle, you say? Well, you are quite a lucky fellow. So you said you need me to restore it in some way, but it seems in quite fine condition.
I fear it may have been tainted by the blood of the innocent.
Tainted by the blood of the innocent. So, would you like me to simply clean off the blade for you? I actually do have a little bit of holy water, in my personal belongings. It'll, of course, cost you extra to use my personal stash, but I could absolutely hone the blade, and I could purify it in holy water for you, if that is what you wish.
I'd be much obliged. How much are we talking, good sir?
Well, I would say probably 5 silver pieces for the service itself, plus, of course, the cost of the holy water, which is about 25 gold pieces. So, of course, the holy water is the larger cost.
Very well. I wish for you to perform your service on my blade.
Perfect. I will be right back. Just give me about 20 minutes here, and I can have this blade cleaned off and honed and finalized.
Very well. We may talk of other business afterwards.
And he'll take Night's End, and he'll walk into a back room, and 20 minutes will go by, and if you just sit there and you wait for him, he will come back out with Night's End. And he will, it'll be wrapped in kind of a white cloth as he hands it back to you.
I'm going to unwrap it, and I'm going to hold it, and I'm going to, I guess, would it be insight or perception check to see if like anything's changed about the edge or anything?
I would say you could make an investigation check on the blade itself, if you want to check on the blade. Yeah, I mean, you're looking over your blade as you kind of unwrap it, and it glows a little bit again, and it looks like a really fine, sharp edge.
Very well, sir. Here's the 25 gold and 5 silver. Also, DM, did you say he had armor as well, or did he just have weapons?
He does. I didn't say he had armor, but he does have armor. He has both weapons and armor.
How much would you charge to fix some armor of mine? I seem to be missing a few links of chain in my armor.
Well, what armor are we speaking of? The armor that you're wearing currently on your person?
Yeah, the chainmail that I'm wearing.
Let me assess it real quick. And he kind of looks over and he says, it seems in relatively okay condition. I'd say for probably a gold piece, I could replace some missing links in your armor and shore it up just a little bit more for you. It would take a little bit longer to do so. I would say this is probably a couple hours worth of work.
Very well. And I'm going to, one arm it off and kind of just set it down on a table that I'm near. And throw him the gold piece and say, I'll be back in a few hours. Thank you, sir.
All right, perfect. And he'll take the armor and he'll go into a back room of it.
Alright. And then I am gonna go back to the inn and wait on the rest of the group.
All right, perfect. So, Hell, you would actually arrive back first before everybody else would. Elias, you're back in the room with the gentleman as well. I know Aenarion's back there, but are you doing that, or are you kind of hanging out in the bar area or at the table? That was a question for you, Elias. You can hear me?
Hey, I was away from the keyboard. What happened?
I was just saying, are you back in the room with Aenerion and the gentleman that's tied up, or are you hanging out in the bar area?
Elias is gonna be back there until he detects Niles has come.
Okay. Just because if you're in the back room, you won't see anybody enter specifically unless you hear them. But
Yeah, Elias is gonna be explicitly listening for signs of Nile.
okay. So Kel, you would enter in. You would. There wouldn't be anybody in the bar except for the bartender when you come and you enter.
I'm gonna take up the same seat that I took up. I sat in the night before with my back against the wall, kind of just watching the door and just seemingly deep in thought. And kind of just running his hands over his blade that's sitting on his lap.
Okay. So as you're hanging out there, shortly after Nyle, Igvis, you guys would arrive back at the Harsh Lamb after speaking with Flame Zodge.
I'm gonna look up and nod to Nyle.
He's just gonna hear me say, and another thing as we.
No, you listen here, young man.
I'm not that much younger than you old coot.
Does Elias hear this given he's actively listening for Nile's voice?
Yes, at this point you would hear Nile's
So
voice.
Elias is gonna walk in, still kind of like having his crazy eyes, and he's gonna walk straight up to Nile and be like, "Oh, great hero of the people, I have what you seek." And he's gonna like say this to like the guy in the back in here, like, "Come, you must follow me."
Where are your tokens? I don't.
They're in the back room.
Sorry, did you say if Mariana's back yet?
Mariana would probably arrive another 25 minutes after Nyle and Igvis
Okay.
do, so there'd probably be a small interaction here before you got back.
A large dog comes up to Nyle and kind of pulls on his armor.
Did you have a dog?
If I did, it wouldn't. I wouldn't have brought it here.
He is the finest of boys, I'll have you know. He's gonna say that to Igvis.
What is this kidnapping?
Well,
Yes, and as you get back there, Nyle and Igvis, just to reiterate, there is a man there lying on the floor with his hands handcuffed behind his back and his legs bound in rope.
So as they enter, though, I want to like clarify that Elias is going to be like opening the door, and he's going to like gesture to this man and be like, "We can unbind you now. It is him, the man who will save us all, the only people's man in Baldur's Gate, the great Nyle." He's going to like sound like a fanatic who like worships Nyle, and he's the man who needs these eyes.
You're using his real name?
And Nyle, the man will on the floor will kind of turn to you with really wide eyes, and he'll be like, "So you're the one from the upper city that this one has spoken of, the one who needs to see more, who could utilize these eyes, this very special eye."
Niall's going to walk in. Calmly sit in the chair, turn around, look at Elias, look at the man that he's bound. Elias, please explain yourself, if you must.
See, as I know, you need eyes, and this man is the dealer of them. He has exactly what you're looking for. A glass eye that can serve a family for 3 generations and has done so recently freed for your service. And with that, he's gonna like try to send the subtle and implied message to Nyle of like, this is the guy who stole the eye this morning that you promised you'd investigate.
I see. Sir, what is your name?
Well, my name is inconsequential. You can call me the Swift. You can call me the Shadow.
Let me be clear here. I'm in control of the situation. Tell me your name.
My name is Jordan.
Is that your real name?
Yes.
Can I insight him real quick?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me insight.
Elias will also insight, but
23.
You don't think he's telling the truth, Igvis.
Elias had like a 15.
I'll just walk out to him and say, you could stop lying at any point, and your life would be so much easier.
Roll me an intimidation, Igvis.
Can I give Igvis an backup on this?
Yeah, what would you be saying to back up the intimidation?
I mean, I just more so just like put my hand on his shoulder and just grip really strongly.
Okay.
Aenarion's gonna get right behind Elias and bare his teeth and like show his fangs like really intimidatingly, so that Elias thinks that his intimidation is helping.
Okay.
Well, no, Elias isn't going for the intimidate. Elias is going to be like, you got to understand, he needs to make sure you're not one of them. You know how it is, this man's got lots of enemies. He needs to make sure you're not...
Oh, how I could punch you in the face right now, Elias. Again, as you best take the tiefling's words to heart. And again, I'm just going to kind of like grip his shoulder a little harder.
So Igvis with the dog gnarling and baring its teeth, and Nyle gripping his shoulder, and your pretty tough words. Go ahead and roll me that intimidation at advantage.
21 with a nat 20, thank God.
Nice.
He says, yes, okay. It's Ezekiel.
Last name?
Cowerford.
Are you a Baldesian citizen?
Yes, I am.
Place of residence, if any?
The streets.
Elias,
I
where'd
live
you
down
find
by the
this guy?
docks.
Elias, where'd you find this guy?
We're gonna have to resolve what I just messaged the DM on that one.
Okay. I think I've got the proper information. And you said you had an eye passed down through generations.
So when you go to say that and turn around, Igvis, roll me a perception.
Are you talking Igvis or
To
Niles?
Igvis, sorry, because Igvis had made a comment first, so just to resolve that real quick. So, Igvis, and actually, Nyle and Aenerion, what are your passive perceptions?
Mine is not good.
16.
9.
Yeah, so Nyle, you don't notice, but Aenerion and Igvis, you both notice Elias trying to very poorly sneak out of the door. Kind of really big steps that Elias is taking, and like hunched over a little bit, trying to sneak out the door.
Let's go
Did he
grab his
minor
shovel.
illusion the barrel back over himself so that he's like a little barrel with feet?
Well, I
Sorry.
normally do things like that, but nah, he just trying to sneak out. Right.
I just reach over and like grab him by his collar and say, "You found this guy where exactly?"
So, Mary, this may we talk outside?
Sure. Don't try and sneak away next time.
Very well. So, as soon as he gets to a different room with Igvis, he's gonna be like, just straight voice. It's the guy who stole the eye. I managed to hype him up into thinking he was selling to a prestigious client, and he told me everything.
And you would try and sneak away and not get my attention. Why exactly?
Because, quite frankly, it looks like you're going a bad cop route, and I want to try to avoid connection in case we need another good cop.
Whatever. And then I guess I'll return at that point. But
So,
that
Nyle, while they're out doing that, what did you want to say?
I simply was like, and you have an eye from 3-generational family, yes?
Well, I have quite a few eyes. Yes. A 3-generational family. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, but I do have an eye that your friend seemed to be interested, who said that you might be interested in.
I am, yes. Here, I'm gonna keep you bound, if you don't mind. We'll release you after this. So I'm gonna put him... One second, it closed. I want to drag him close to the table.
Okay.
I'm gonna put some papers down to the table. You wouldn't mind signing this and then handing me that eye for a gold piece, we'll say?
And what do the papers say on the table?
So here's the thing. I'm trying to obscure that they are literally just he's signing a confession to a crime.
Give me a sleight of hand.
Oof. Yeah, I'm not sly by any means.
Well, let's see what he
Please
rolls.
roll that one.
This is a straight roll for him.
Yeah, he's...
So
that's not...
So what do the papers actually say?
So they gave his name, his real name, his place of residency, and then there's like basically a list of stole eye off of other citizen. Like it just lists his crime, and then on the bottom it says sign that all of the information is correct, which would legally make him obviously being confessing to his crimes because he's signing that it is correct.
All right, and you'll say, well, my hands are bound, so I can't exactly sign this at the moment, and I wouldn't want to sign this anyway. You wish to put me away?
I'm gonna level with you. So he's gonna get kind of down, like, because how tall is this man actually?
5'6".
Yeah, so he's gonna lean down because I'm about 6'1", so I'm gonna lean down. I'm gonna level with you. I could turn you in right now. Take that eye of yours and give it back to the person you took it from, and we could send you through the whole process of where you will be beaten, bloodied, thrown in multiple jail cellars until you have to wait your eventual court date years from now. Or you can sign this. I put you in jail for a small period of time, one that wouldn't even matter, year tops. You'll be given 3 meals a day. You'll be kept in a place where you can stay. You can make some requests of any family members while you're there. It comes with signing a confession. At least a confessions that I have personally written up. I'm trying to help you. So help me help you. And can I make a persuasion check?
Yeah, go for it. You'll have a flat insight against this.
Oof.
Says, well, when you put it that way, I suppose, it's better than being beaten.
The watch will treat you better than the fist will, that's for sure.
And he will, say, but again, to sign this, kind of need my hands.
Igvis, can you please copy the door? And Aenerion, could you prepare yourself if he attempts to escape?
Arf.
Thank you. At this point, Mariana, you would be entering as well. But okay.
And I'm just gonna cut the bands from him.
Okay.
And then hand him a quill, basically.
Okay. And so he'll kind of like look around with the dog at the door and Igvis at the door and you standing over him, and he will sigh and he will sign Ezekiel Cowerford on the papers that you have.
And then I'll just hold up my hand. The eye, please.
Yes, and he'll open up his long robes and pull out a glass eye that matches the description that Elias would have given him, and you're fairly confident probably belongs to the Jasper Goodfella that walked in the previous day. Or this morning.
Well. So I'm going to put the eye away. I'm going to take the papers. Free to go. You will probably get an officer looking for you. I say you have about a day before at least somebody shows up.
Thank you for your generosity.
And he'll come this way and look to leave through the door. And then as he gets through the door, he'll kind of hurry his pace. And Mariana, you'll see this gentleman with this long robe kind of run out the front door and down the street.
She's kind of gonna like raise an eyebrow and ask Alais and Cal, "Are the others back yet?"
Indeed. I kind of convinced the cultist that I was a fanatic of worshiping our Lord and Savior, the only man of the people, Nile, and try to get them to sell him an eyeball.
Okay.
How was your day, Mariana?
Igvis, back in the room.
But
Important. So, Wilkes had some news on Vaati. Happens to connect to, Tumbledown.
that's where you found the information that I was requesting, basically, right?
Correct. I have the name of an inn that he was apparently very interested in. He also knew what I told you, so maybe he was going to investigate himself.
Why would he go alone, and why would he be interested? Doesn't matter.
He was apparently asking about some shield, too.
There was a shield mentioned with a weird face in the notes that were given to me. Could it potentially be that one?
I don't have any details. I only know that he was asking about the itchy mole, and he was very interested.
No description of a weird face on this particular shield, or just that it was a shield?
Wilkes was pretty vague about that part.
It's fair. Information brokers usually are.
Tumbledown is near the hill, which we were going to plan on doing some investigation over there on the Dragon Cult anyway, correct?
Yeah.
Well, at least we have a place to go to. Following your previous friend, maybe? This trail might lead us somewhere.
We can start there. Mariana, we're going after your information to begin with, so I guess we can continue doing so.
What was this about a cultist I heard with eyes? Did you capture a cultist?
Do you really want to know? It's Alais.
If it was a cultist.
They were not a cultist.
It was a petty thief.
Ah, the eye guy. Right.
Yes, the eye guy. Well, are we... Based on some information, looks like we're going to Tumbledown. Y'all up for the trip?
Aenerion turns back into an elf and is like, oh, I've never been in Tumbledown before.
I wouldn't be too excited. It's in the outer city. It's even less upkept than this is.
This could be very dangerous. I don't know if you want to come along with us. I mean, we can always use another hand. But just be aware. They'll also rob you blind.
I don't really have anything other than my bow, so I don't think they're going to rob me. And I'll probably be an animal most of the time anyway.
Just in case, take this, and I'll give him the extra token that I had for Alyssa specifically, so that he can come in and out without being an animal if he so desires.
Oh, thanks. These are really hard to come by.
Pays to be friends with a fist, I suppose.
Hey, can I get one of those?
Did I not give you one already?
Did you? Out of character, did you? I don't remember.
I thought I asked for extra ones, so if I didn't, I would have already.
I think maybe we mentioned it. I vaguely remember that.
If not, I have tokens to get you into the upper city, which, again, should potentially let you get in the lower city, potentially.
Let's just say I have tokens. I have tokens. It's cool. It's fine.
Elias and Kel, you up to go deal with another set of cultists? This time of the dragon variety?
The great Elias is always in search of beautiful songs, wherever they lie.
I must get my armor first from the smith.
Is it at least on the way?
Your armor wouldn't be ready yet, Kel, because it was going to take him a few hours. And it's probably been about an hour.
I mean, at least he doesn't change. I don't think.
Can you get a loner set or something? Time's a little of the essence here.
Very well. I'll kind of run to the armor and ask just to buy a set of armor from him.
All right. What kind of armor would you want to buy?
I would probably buy either chainmail or yeah, I probably would just buy chainmail. I'd just buy a new chainmail shirt from him.
Okay. Chainmail would cost 75 gold pieces to buy it from him.
Could I ask him to give me a discount? Because I'm letting him keep the other shirt.
So what you gave him before was a chain shirt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he'll give you a 25 gold piece discount. So you can buy it for 50 gold.
I'll give him 50 gold for the new shirt.
Okay. So you do that and you're able to get your chainmail.
Yep, I'll throw it on real quick and I'll say, I'm ready. Let's go.
Onward to Tumbledown.
All right.
Alais is going to ask if they have any instruments on the party because he does not have his lute right now.
I don't think anyone carries any instruments.
All I got is a dice set.
All right. Give me I keep looking over. Give me 2 minutes here real quick. My 3D print literally just finished on the roll, so I just need to switch it before it runs out. It'll take me literally 2 minutes, and then we'll load this scene and continue going.
Sounds good.
So, hear me out, guys. What if we give Alais maracas?
I almost
It's
played
just a bag of rocks, actually.
All right, here we go, and we're back. Filament has been changed. We're good to go. Any of you 3D printing fans out there know know how important it is to change that roll of filament. Okay, anyway, we were heading to Tumbledown. So, as you guys exit, I'm just going to actually put this, briefly, this map up of Baldur's Gate again.
Also, real quick, the Itchy Mole wouldn't happen to be where I heard the information about Dusthawk Hill in the first place, would it?
It would.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, as you make your way towards Tumbletown, so you guys are here at the Harsh Lamb, where I'm pinging. Over here is Cliffgate to the east, and Cliffgate leads to this small section. It's technically the outer city, Tumbledown. But you have to go through the cliff gate specifically to get it. So in order to get there from the outer city, you have to enter the city, then exit the city. You get to Cliff Gate, and there is a gauntlet, a Flaming Fist gauntlet, and 2 fists that are on watch here at the main gate. And they ask for the 5 copper piece fee in order to exit the gate as you approach.
Aenerion paces and goes through the gate.
I mean, I'm just going to walk through the gate, yeah.
Alais is just
Mariana's
gonna confidently follow Nyle.
Yeah, they will not stop Nyle or Igvis, as I assume both of you are displaying openly your rank and your insignias.
Yeah, I mean, I am, yeah.
Yeah, so
Alais is gonna follow a couple infants, so they have to touch Nyle to stop him.
yeah, and they will stop you. Besides Nyle and Igvis, they will stop everybody else. Now, you guys would know that those tokens that you were given by Igvis would work here at the Cliff Gate as well. They work at all of the outer city gates.
Yeah, Mariana's just gonna barely even stop and show the token and just keep following.
Is there a problem, sir?
You're going to have to pay the fee, the 5 copper piece fee, as he kind of
What fee,
looks over
sir?
towards Mariana and waves you past.
What do you mean, good sir? Why didn't they have to pay?
Well, they have gate tokens.
What is the point of the fee if you just give people tokens like this? And Elias is gonna take out his token.
Oh, you have a token as well. Well, no need to be, snarky about it. If you have a token, you have a token. Please be.
With that, Elias is gonna walk through.
Okay, and I assume, Aenerion, would you pay the fee or would you show the token that you just got, knowing that information?
He totally paid the fee because he went first.
Okay, so you pay your 5 copper piece fee as you go through. Kel, what about you? You no longer have your Hellrider insignia on, correct? I believe you gave that to Vaati?
No, Vaati gave it back to him.
Oh, okay. So, where is your Hellrider insignia, Kel?
I have it stashed in my bag. And yes, I would pay the fee.
Okay. So you would go through and you would pay the fee as well. So you guys are able to get through the gate and Tumbledown, just to kind of reiterate, it's off by itself, overlooking the Chianthar there. It's a perpetually foggy neighborhood. As you get outside of there, as that fog kind of just hovers alongside Duskhawk Hill. You know that the Itchy Mole is right here, and I'm just going to real quick put a token on here for that. So you have reference. We'll put our little star on there for key locations. And you are able to walk in the direction of where the Itchy Mole is. And I'm going to switch maps. And let's get your characters on said map. One, two, three, four, five, six. I think that's everybody there. So as you walk up towards the Itchy Mole, over here, this big building in the center that doesn't have a roof is black because Foundry's, the way Foundry's roofs features work is the Itchy Mole, and the door is here on the side of the Itchy Mole.
I can't move my token.
Oh no. Well, that's no good. Let's delete your token and put it back on the map. Are you able to move that?
Nope.
Make sure you have
Should I try to...
make sure you have selected token controls on the left side at the top.
There we go. I'm being crazy. Sorry.
Yeah, if you had it on like notes or anything like that, it won't let you do it. All right, so you just open the door, Mariana, and you walk in, as do the rest of you, a bunch of you. And you...
I'm gonna stay posted outside, just kind of watching the street.
Sounds good.
Mariana's gonna let you to know to look out for a 6-foot-tall bugbear with decidedly non-bugbear features. Horns, no nose anymore, and chains on his arms.
Understandable. That seems like he'd stick out like a sore thumb.
You'd be surprised.
You walk in, and when you walk in, there is what looks to be an older gentleman behind the bar with long gray beard, and he looks like that. And he's sitting behind the bar, and he seems to be stocking the shelves behind the bar as you enter. Right, well, hello there. How can I help you?
And is he who I got the information from, or was that a different patron, or did I just overhear it?
It was not from him. It was from a patron that was in the bar, someone named Malachi.
Does Elias know what we're looking for here?
I don't know. Does Elias know?
Yeah, I don't know if he'd have been told.
Yeah, we kind of just said, come on, we're going.
Right then. So how can I help you find people here?
We, sir, are in desperate need of maracas. And Elias is going to say this, like, kind of like trying to look like a visionary. Is he like, he's going to do like a whole like hand wave as he does like maracas.
And the barkeep will note an exasperated look on at least Mariana's face, and I'm assuming probably everyone else's.
Aenerion just leaves.
And he'll say, well, I'm sorry to say I don't think we got no maracas here. Not even sure what a maraca is, to be honest.
Well, you see, I'm a wandering performer, and I've lost my lute, so I need to take up a new musical style, if you will.
So, we heard a friend of ours may have come through here.
Ice is gonna look. He's gonna hide it, but he's gonna appear notably puzzled at this.
Right, so... And what does that exactly have to do, like, with me? We get people in here all the time at the Itchy Mole.
This one would be notable. Bugbear. Sure you don't get a lot of those.
Yes, bugbear, actually, you say? Yeah, I did have, I think, what was a bugbear come through
Yeah,
late
he's
last
a
night.
little...
Shares some similar features, at least, with the bugbear.
And I'll
What was
slide
his
him
name
a gold,
again? Vladimir, I think?
Close enough. I'll slide him a gold. And what in particular was he doing here?
Well,
he was a curious fella. I never done seen him around. He said he lived down in the inner city over there, and he ran some sort of investigative business of sorts. And he was kind of questioning, if I had seen any cult activity or such in my neck of the woods, and was inquiring about some dragon fellas and this shield of sorts. He was looking for a shield with, as he described it, a demonic face or whatever on it. I never done seen no shield like that, and I don't know anything about no dragon cultists or dragon fellas. So, I told him as such, and he was a little got a little angry with me. He slammed down his glass, kind of shattered it on the counter. And he kind of pulls out his hand, and you can see that there's some blood. I'm bleeding a little bit trying to pick it up, but frustrated, he seemed to leave, when he wasn't satisfied with my answers.
If you haven't seen anybody who matches those descriptions, have you heard any patrons in your fine establishment who were talking about such things? Men in masks, cloaks, this shield he described?
Oh, well, there is Malachi, he's always going on about stuff, he had a couple things to say the other day, a couple days ago. I haven't seen him in a while.
And I'll whisper to Igvis that that's who I spoke to.
Do you happen to know Malachi's place of residence? I'm sure he's a regular here if you know him by name, at least.
But, Malachi does live down yonder in the house just over there. And he'll kind of, say, just go up, 3 houses, and, you should find Malachi's residence. Yeah, it's house number, 22, I believe, is what it is.
Understood, sir. And I'll hand him another gold piece for your time.
Well, quite thank you, good sir.
Anybody else have any other questions for him before we leave?
No, but Elias is going to make comments as soon as you're out of hearing range of him.
Hey, would you happen to have any food other than week-old shrimp?
Well, we used to have an Ankh egg burger and all, but that's kind of out of stock at the moment. We're a little bit of a supply shortage, haven't gotten our latest shipment yet from the Hamhawk Slaughterhouse. So I'm sorry we can't provide that for you, but I could make you a salad. We can make grilled chicken sandwiches, of course, and we make quite a pretty good oven-baked blueberry pie.
I would
take
recommend
a chicken sandwich and some blueberry pie.
And I would personally recommend you remove the Ankh egg from your menu. I hear it's bad for the health.
Well, I'll take that into consideration. Of course, it is one of our favorites of the patrons who come here. So but I'll take your words to note. Igvis, Aenerion, anybody else who would have a passive insight of at least 12. He seems...
That's one of 16.
Yeah, so Elias, you too. He seems really nervous. You can see sweat coming down his face a little bit. He's talking a little faster than one might expect. He just seems incredibly nervous around you.
Specifically since the Ankh egg thing, or just in general?
Just
I have
in general, as you're talking to him.
Okay, since we came in then.
He was nervous before we started talking, or just when we came in?
No,
since you guys have come in, this entire conversation, and he just seems quite nervous.
I'm gonna go fetch Nyle real quick.
How much would it cost for you to give me a tour of this city? Seems to be pretty dry today.
Tour of the city? No, I don't do no tours. I just, am here at the Itchy Mole, and, I own this fine establishment, and this is where I prefer to be.
So Elias is going to attempt to make persuasion. Good sir, I hear barkeeps have an eye for the city and a knowledge that few others have. It would be an honor if you could give me the tour. Alais is of course going to be making an insight back to see if he thinks if this guy's under duress or if he just wants us gone.
And then
roll
I'm
me
gonna-
insight.
What's that? Roll insight?
Roll insight.
And then I'm going to walk in with Igvis as he does that.
What does a
And close
22
the
tell
door.
me?
So, Elias, you get the feeling that he's uncomfortable talking to you, definitely, specifically. And he kind of really doesn't care about your suggestion to go tour the city. You really get the idea that he really just doesn't want to do that. And that he is just in general very nervous around you, would probably rather just have you gone, preferably.
Okay, so he doesn't appear to be under duress at all. He just doesn't like us.
Yeah, I would say just in general, you get the feeling that he's very nervous in general.
So Mariana's going to plant herself. Like, are there stools at the bar?
Yes, there are.
Yeah. Okay, so she's going to plant herself, waiting for the food and staring at him pretty intently, like clear she is not going anywhere.
Yes. Well, I can go ahead and make you something to eat. Of course, you said what you'd like, a grilled chicken sandwich and some oven baked blueberry pie.
Yes, please.
Elias is going to go look for Nyle and Igvis now, actually.
Aenerion would order some blueberry pie as well.
All right, you just looking for one slice of blueberry pie? Would you like me to make you maybe a whole pie that you guys can share? It'd be 5 copper pieces per slice, but two silver pieces if you were to order the whole pie.
Aenerion says, I'll have a whole pie.
Right then, so is that one pie just for you, or one pie that you'd like to share?
Yeah, just for me.
Just for you, all right. And
I'll have a separate slice.
You'll have a separate slice, all right. So that'll be 5 copper pieces from you, pretty lady, and for the grilled chicken sandwich, that'll be 2 silver pieces, of course. And for you, for the whole pie, 2 silver pieces for the entire pie, good fella.
Kel's gonna take out a toothpick and he's gonna kind of stab it into the bar a little bit. And he's just gonna stare at him real intently.
Hey, you're getting a little close there. What exactly can I do for you? You seem a little upset, like you got something on your mind.
Are there no other patrons in here?
Currently, there are no other patrons. I mean, it's pretty early, too, so you don't necessarily expect that there would be necessarily. It's only been an hour and a half since you guys woke up in the morning, so it's probably like 9:30-ish in the morning. So can I do anything for you? You look a little angry. You got something on your mind. Are you looking for something to eat too? I can make all this food to go, by the way, if you guys, would like to take it and be off. It's not necessarily, might not be the best establishment, of somebody of your caliber, I would imagine, as he kind of looks over to Nyle and Igvis. I assume you guys are probably used to much more finer establishments than this.
Why do you keep trying to rush us off?
Cal, why don't you let the man make our food and we'll just keep ourselves comfortable? We'd like a nice slow meal. I mean, as you can see, we get out and about quite a bit. Be nice to have a seat, hang out.
And
I mean, I've been here before. I'm sure you've seen. I can hold my drink, and I like to take my time with it.
And he'll write down your orders on a piece of parchment, and then he'll move over this way and say, "I gotta go tell Linnea to get your orders so she can get started on that food. If you don't mind, just
moving aside, sir, so I can just get by and get to the kitchen.
Kel's just kind of gonna take a step aside and kind of just intently staring down as he walks by.
And he'll walk over to this door over here and he'll open it up. And you'll hear him just kind of step in and he'll say, Lene, I'm going to need 1 grilled chicken sandwich. I'm going to need a full oven-baked blueberry pie and then an extra slice of blueberry pie for the fine lady out here. And then he'll kind of stick his head back out this way. And you sure you don't want me to make those to go?
I don't know. Be nice to have a seat.
Can I get a glass of milk?
Well, a glass of milk. What kind of milk are you looking for, son? You looking for, some normal cow's milk over here? I mean, we milk all kinds of creatures.
Can Nyle use divine sense here?
Yeah.
Is Elias in that room yet? Because he's been walking there. He's specifically looking for Nyle and Igvis.
Yeah,
I mean,
you'd be in,
They've been in here the whole time.
Everybody's in there in the main room. You use your divine sense, Nyle, and you don't detect anything with your divine sense.
And Aenerion says, goat's milk if you have it.
Well, yeah, I think I do have some goat's milk, and then he'll pour his head back in to the kitchen, saying, "And Lene, I'll take one glass of goat's milk, of course." And then he'll say that'll be an extra 2 copper pieces.
Okay. He hands him the money.
So Elias is gonna whisper to Nyle and Igvis. So what are we doing here?
Information mostly.
About.
Vaati was here.
Okay. We definitely need. I'm quite concerned for Vaati. Let's see what we can find.
And Mariana's gonna ask the bartender, what kind of drink you got?
Well, we've got a Baldur's Mouth. That's one of the famous ones here in Baldur's Gate, but I assume you know that. If you're palling around with the fist and all. We make specifically here, I call it the Pixie's Revenge. It's a pretty nice beer. It's got this sweet, sugary taste to it.
Elias is curious about what you said about palling around with the fists. Can I insight that specifically?
What are you trying to...
I'm trying to see if that's why he's so uncomfortable with us here.
Yeah, I mean, I would just use your previous insight, and I would just say that you don't think it's necessarily... You think that everybody is bothered by the fist. In general, people of the outer city are bothered by the fist and of the lower city, but you don't... You think this is more than that.
Good sir, you look familiar. Have we met before?
I don't think that we have. So you said that you wanted a Pixie's Revenge, that was.
Yeah, I'll take that. And by the way, do you have any rooms here? It could be nice to put our feet up a bit.
Yeah, we do, but I'm afraid they're all sold out. I don't believe that we have any availability at the moment.
Totally understandable. We can just sit here for a while.
And, Mariana, what's your passive insight?
12.
12, yeah. You're pretty confident that's a lie.
Okay.
So then I would be... Oh no, does my passive investigation see anything? It's a 13. Just scanning around the room. Anything that's off seems maybe like there was a scuffle somewhere specific.
Scuff marks from chains.
Scuff marks from chains.
Yeah, you don't see anything out of note from your passive investigation.
Gal's gonna put toothpick away and he's gonna draw a Knight's Bane.
You're drawing your greatsword?
Yep.
As you go to do that, Niall's going to rush over. and put a hand on his shoulder. Remember, keep it together.
Kel's just going to say, he's stalling. He's not telling us what he knows.
Why don't you go hang it outside, Kel?
Then I don't want any trouble here. I'm just a humble barkeep. Just trying to make a living. I said I'd make you some food. But
How do you make your living, sir?
well, I make it from renting rooms and making food and serving drinks.
Do you keep an official ledger?
And he'll kind of like hesitate for a second. Well, yes, of course, I have some books.
Can I see that ledger?
Kind of gulp for a second. Say, may I ask why you're trying to look at, my personal business dealings? No.
And then I'm gonna cut it, like signal to cut him off with my hand. And you're gonna lean into the bar. I'm gonna go. Are you denying a watch member the right to make sure that you are properly recording the comings and goings of your income?
No offense, good sir. And he kind of stutters a little as he says that. He says, I'm sure you're a very fine fellow and all, but, the watch doesn't necessarily have jurisdiction in the outer city.
Do you know who does?
Well, the Flaming Fist, of course.
Did I not hear you say earlier that I pal around with the Flaming Fists?
Well, yes. I'm sure you have many friends. I would.
Igvis, do you want to see his ledger?
I'm gonna go check on that food. And she'll just slide off her bar stool and head towards the kitchen.
At this point, I'll walk up and put my gauntlet badge down. Yes, I would like to see this ledger.
Well, I guess I can't refuse when you ask so kindly, of course, And
I'm gonna, if he, whatever he's doing, I'm just gonna like ready an Eldritch Blast if he tries to pull anything aggressive.
Yeah, I'm like petting Knight's Bane like along the spine of the blade, just waiting.
Alais is also going to prepare a spell, but he's going to prepare a charmed person.
Okay.
If they start to escalate.
Okay. So you'll say, "I'll be right back." Of course, I'll go get you that ledger. And he'll.
Would you mind if I follow you?
It's in my room, in my personal belong. I do kind of mind. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. It's.
Are you resisting?
I'll stay by the door. I don't have to follow you in.
Oh, well, I suppose if you must, and he'll kind of move into here. And
I'm
gonna follow.
I'm gonna signal you guys to at least come by the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow Igvis.
And you'll see him pull out a set of keys that he has, which he will put into the door. And then he'll open it up and he'll say, "If you don't mind just waiting right there, I'll just go get my ledger from my desk. Of course, please don't mind the mess. I'm quite a busy person over here. I got a lot to do." And he rummages through this desk, opens a drawer, and then comes back this way. And then he will leave the room, close the door, and lock it with a set of keys he has on. He says, "Well, if we go back this way, and he'll kind of point back out the door into the bar area as he's holding what looks to be some sort of leather-bound book.
After you.
Right then. How about your friend over there? He kind of, scares me a little bit. I'm not sure how comfortable I feel with that other gentleman, just roaming about like that."
Kel, would you mind coming back over here? You can sit at the table with Elias, please.
Elias is not planning to sit at the table.
Well, I just want your tokens right there, so at this table.
No, he is actually following along. Very obviously.
Well, here you go now. Here's that ledger, and he'll kind of give it to you, Igvis, as he slides it across the table.
Gel's gonna put his back up against the wall that the door is behind the bar, and he's just gonna keep petting his blade.
Okay.
I'll pretend like I'm looking through it, but I guess I'll analyze at least the first couple pages and try and make sure all the numbers are right.
Yeah. So you analyze some pages as you're kind of looking through, and it doesn't seem like the Itchy Mole gets very much traffic at all. In fact, the last guest that was recorded was a week ago.
Sir, your story doesn't quite add up here. You said you had no rooms available for rent, right?
Well, yes. I don't have any available for rent because I'm doing. We're doing a little bit of remodeling, here in the Itchy Mole. So I can't, in good conscience, put you in any rooms, while we're in the middle of such a remodeling.
So you wouldn't mind if we take a look then?
I mean, I would mind, if you would do that, at just, prowling around and having, you understand just having the fist and a bunch of different people prowling around isn't good for business, it's not going to be good for the reputation.
What business? It's just us.
Elias is going to start leaning on Kel's sword sheath. Just he's going to do it in his subtle, flamboyant Elias way, but he's very clearly leaning on that sheath.
Sir, what if that was the case? Why did we start with your rooms are booked and move to the rooms are being remodeled?
Well, it was just I didn't want to bother you, with all of our personal business, and I figured, I'd tell some guests that we're remodeling and stuff, I don't know. Oh, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I just, is it hot in here? As he kind of wipes his brow.
How are you affording to remodel if you haven't had much business in the past week?
Well, I have some savings, over the years. I've been in business for quite some time, so.
Kel's gonna get very irritated, and he's gonna say, nothing you're saying is making any sense. I think I'll have a look around.
Before my friend does that, before we reconcile our stories, how's about we come to a deal? We'll be out of your hair, as you very seemingly think that we need to. If you just tell us at least a little bit of the truth, and there might be a loss of some gold that you might happen to find for those renovations you need to do.
It's said an honest man doesn't have to remember what he says, after all.
Say again. You want him to?
I'm basically implying that if he'll just give us the information that we're clearly seeking, I will hand him a large sum of gold, and we will be out of his hair.
He says, well, I just, I don't necessarily need the gold right now. I just,
If you don't need the gold, then somebody must be supplying you.
No. As I mentioned, I did have, quite a bit of savings at this point. Roll me an insight, Igvis, Nyle, Cal, Elias, while you're out there.
All right.
Is it cool if I do an insight in here too? Just see if she's genuine.
Nat 1. Elias does not see.
So besides what I initially told you, I mean, Nyle, you're under the impression that you see him fidgeting with something under the counter, it seems. His hand is on the counter, and he seems to be fidgeting with something. And he very clearly doesn't want to answer your questions. Obviously, he's fumbling over his own words. But you see him playing with something under the counter.
Can I immediately try to knock him out with an Eldritch Blast?
Yes. I mean,
before he does that, I'm going to say, what are you looking for? Because I'm standing, I should be standing where I can, see what he's doing, because I'm kind of behind the bar.
Yeah, Kel, did you roll me insight? Roll me insight.
Oh, I guess does my
you would, I mean, with an Eldritch Blast, I'd say you're probably doing lethal damage, unless.
Okay.
So how are you trying to do non-lethal damage with an Eldritch Blast?
Okay. Well, because it was force damage, so I figured because I don't have any elements or anything to it. So
16D.
Yeah, so Kel, you would see him fidgeting with what looks to be some sort of doll underneath the counter from your angle.
Can I see what he's potentially fidgeting with?
Not from where you are.
Okay. But I can't see that he's fidgeting, right?
You just see him fidgeting with something.
Kel's gonna stop petting his blade, and he's gonna put the blade edge on the guy's shoulder. He's gonna step away.
Now, Kel, you don't. So, because Nyle was kind of ready enough to do that, but he turns, sees Kel's aggression, kind of reminds himself that he needs to be a bit better. Now, Kel, there's no need to threaten this man. He's clearly nervous. What are you messing with under there?
And and he'll pull out this very small, ragged doll. Has one little button hanging off the doll and one eye.
Was someone taken from you?
Well, he says,
and as I say that, I'm gonna push a piece of paper and quill over to him,
and you'll see him roll me a persuasion, Nyle.
Elias is going to assist by pointing out that we would like to help if we can, and if he could just help us into what we're looking for, we can be on our merry way.
Nyle, you rolled performance. Is it the same? Do you have a?
Oh yeah. It's just a +3. So
Okay.
So I would. He'll say, you'll see him kind of write something on this piece of paper, and then pass it back to you. And he'll say, "No, I'm not quite sure who you're talking about." And on the piece of paper, it will just say yes. And I'm not sure who they might be. Of course, nobody's been here. Making trouble except for you folks here.
And then I'm gonna write back, get us some drinks or food. And while you're in the back, I'm writing this down. I'm not saying. While you're in the back, write me out who's missing, their last location. We'll find and get them for you. I'm sorry to have and to whom you think took them or who did take them. And then I'll write.
I'll hand you the ledger so you can put the paper in it. So you can.
Yeah. And then on the bottom, I'll be like, my apologies for assuming that. For us, assuming that you were of any threat to us, and then I'll just pass it back to him with the quill.
Elias is gonna subtly write in apologies in advance.
But so yeah, he's gonna hand back the ledger and slip the piece of paper in there, and nod, and then motion for Kel and Igvis and Elias to kind of step away from the bar.
Elias is going to oblige.
Kel's gonna look really confused.
We'll explain later, Cal.
Right, I'll just take that ledger back into my room if that's quite all right with you.
Please do so. My apologies for bothering you.
And you'll see him kind of go open this door and move through. And then a couple minutes later, he'll come back out. And he will say, right then, if there's nothing else you'd be looking to order, here would be an itemized statement of your bill. As he passes a piece of paper towards you.
Thank you. We will make sure to cover it on our way out. I'm assuming that the paper has not that on it.
Yeah, so on the piece of paper, all it says is, they have my granddaughter. If I speak, she dies. And,
A gold and 5 silvers seems much. Would a gold and 3 silvers be okay?
And at this point, Mariana and Aenerion, your food would be done. And Linnea would hand you the food in the kitchen directly.
Okay, and can I do an insight just to see if she's been genuine?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me insight.
Nat 20.
Yeah, I mean, she seems pretty genuine and forthright. She just, likes cooking and likes making food, and has just been a little annoyed that there aren't any customers, but in general, she's enjoyed her time working here.
And as Kel sits down at the table, I'm just going to kind of pass him the note, but keep it under my grip so that he can't take it, that he can just see the lettering on it. And I'm going to give him the look and just motion with my other hand the kind of thing to your lips to keep quiet.
Elias is going to look at the bartender, and how much would the stuff we've ordered normally cost? Just in-game, out of game, what would Elias expect this to cost?
Well, it'd be about a gold piece in total, I think, that you guys ordered.
So he's going to say a gold and 5 silver seems a little much. Could we try a gold flat? He's going to act like he's haggling the bill.
And you also know that the others already paid for their meals, by the way.
Upon reading the note, Kel's going to stand back up. He's going to sheathe Knight's End on his back, and some of the tension in his body's kind of gone, and he's going to walk back up to the barkeep, and he's going to lean over and whisper in his ear, I'm sorry. I will do everything in my power to get her back.
Silence. As soon as Elias sees that he's almost go, he's going to try to cast a very small silence around Cal.
Okay.
And then
you cast silence, and Kel, as you go to speak, you notice nothing comes out of your mouth.
Elias is going to just look at you and do a finger to his mouth.
And so
and all of you in the room right now would, because silence has a 20-foot radius.
I'm going to say I'm whispering in the dude's ear.
Yeah, but the whole area grows silent. You can't hear anything while in the radius of the silence spell. So all of you kind of in this room would be affected by that.
Elias is going to, as soon as Kel sees the finger on the lips, dispel it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna look at Niall. Let's enjoy our food and drink before we continue on our way. Does that sound amenable? Kind of just like looking at Kel, making sure that he understands that we cannot say anything.
As Kel goes to turn, he kind of lightly brushes the arm of the barkeep, and he's going to
Elias has
cast.
silence ready if he looks like he's going to say something to incriminate.
He's going to cast heroism.
Heroism. Okay.
Yep, he's imbued with bravery.
I can go ask Linnea to make a bit more food if you guys want something. You might be a little hard pressed to get Aenerion to share that pie.
I think I'm good. You said 3 houses down for the gentleman who may have more information, right?
Right. 3 houses down would be that gentleman who had other information, house number 22 down there, but I wouldn't go bothering Malachi now. I haven't seen him in a while. I'm sure he's resting. He might even be out of town.
Understood. Just wait for them to finish eating, I suppose, and then we'll head out. Unless you guys want to do something else.
Yeah, I mean, like that's good. We can leave after.
And
we finish
Arian's holding the tin of pie, just scooping it into his mouth, so he's ready to leave.
Okay.
Mariana finished her food like a regular person, and is going to take her plates to the kitchen and then...
I don't think Elias actually ordered anything.
Pretty sure it was just those two.
By technicality, I ordered a drink, but
I guess we'll start searching for.
Was the house
Malachi?
not this way?
Yeah, so you would go over to the house. So it would actually be up in this direction. It would be off the map this way. So without having another map for this specifically, you would head up to a small wooden house, and you can see there's a little sign outside of it that says 22 on it.
Just give it a quick knock.
Okay.
Guys? Back in the kitchen, the cook. She said that nobody's been in for a while, and men in masks came in a few weeks ago. But that's all she knew.
We saw the ledger. Nobody's even stayed in the rooms for over a week.
it's
Yeah,
safe
that
to
matches.
assume that we are in. Given that the tavern, we're in enemy territory as of right now.
I'd agree. Sometimes it's best to watch what you say.
Except in that kitchen. After all that shrimp, I might live there.
Probably later.
Yeah, it's really good pie.
As you knock on the door, Igvis, you get no answer.
Malachi, right?
Malachi.
Just one more knock. Malachi, are you home?
Again, no answer.
Is this do we make an executive decision as city officials?
Elias is gonna listen at the door first. So he's just gonna put his ear against and listen for any movement or signs of life within.
Roll me a perception.
$15.
You don't hear anything.
I don't hear anyone. Might be worth checking if okay in there if no one's seen him for a while.
Well, again,
Also, you rolled persuasion, not perception. Is it the same bonus?
Let me check, actually. It might be lower.
Well, if it's lower, same. Same.
Actually,
person.
nah, same. Same.
Yeah, you don't
Real-
hear anything.
Real quick, how many days has it been since I joined the party?
Well,
It's been like 2 or 3 now?
you joined the party, went into the dungeon with Dolakesh. You guys... That was your initial foray. You left, you rested, you went back to the dungeon. You came back out the dungeon. This is what, with all of Vaati left and everything, and you found his place a mess, so then you went to the Majestic and you slept there at the Majestic. Then you went to go to the Low Lantern, you slept again. So 3 days.
Okay, so I'd have seen Malachi not long before he disappeared, based on this timeline, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would I have any information about him?
You
would
only
help.
saw him a couple days ago. About 2 days ago. I mean, you would know what he looks like. You know that he's a halfling. You know that he's a pretty skinny halfling with red hair, wears glasses, and he walks with a limp.
Okay. And, like, was he particularly outgoing? Like, was he super willing to talk, or did I have to kind of, like, work him up to it?
No, you definitely had to work him up to
Okay.
it.
Are there windows to the house?
Are there windows to the house? There are windows to the house, and they seem to have curtains drawn on the inside.
So, we going in?
Can anybody get in without breaking down the door? We'll check the door handle to see if it's locked.
Breaking windows?
I was gonna say, always check the door to see if it's locked. So you check the door, and it is locked.
Aenerion pulls out these tools. I have these.
Are you good with them? I'm not gonna say no.
Well, I dreamed about them last night, so I'm pretty good with them.
I have questions, but now's not the time.
I say we let him try.
And Aenerion, you sit there for a little while as you break out your thieves' tools, and you hear a little click with your thieves' tools as you believe that you have gotten through the lock.
Yeah, I think it's unlocked. I probably should have checked to see if it was trapped before I did that, but he opens the door.
You open the door, and when you open the door, there is a pretty gruesome sight. Everything is overturned inside that. It's a very small one-room house. There's a small kitchen on the one side. There's a bed on the other side. There's a couple seats in the one corner. But it's all in disarray. So their kitchen supplies and utensils and pots and pans are all over the place. The chair's overturned. The table's overturned. The chair is broken. The bed has been flipped over. And there is a lot of blood. Dried blood on the floor.
But no body?
No body.
Guys, it looks like maybe something bad happened here.
Can I make an investigation check to see if the blood trailed anywhere?
You're trying to, like, track the blood?
Yeah.
Give me a survival.
And then I just want to do like a investigation on house, see if anything is.
This is my third nat 1 of the night on a skill check.
Go ahead and roll me investigation, Nyle.
I would actually be probably assisting him with that because I'd be looking to see if there were signs of the Cult of the Dragon.
Do you want me to roll another one, or do you want?
Igvis, you roll one.
Sure.
Elias just trips over a chair.
I also trip over a chair.
No, you trip over Elias. You were following him.
It's just a full tangle.
But it looks like 18 is going to be the rule. Like
You don't find anything worth note, Nyle, in here. The whole place is complete disarray. There's a lot to go through as you're kind of searching around the room, looking near the table and in the kitchen on anything scattered on the floor.
No marks of the dragon, the dragon cult.
Nope, you don't see anything resembling that at all.
Hmm.
And there's no blood trail, or we don't know.
There is a lot of dried blood on the floor. Seems like it's pooled a little bit, but there is no trail that you've seen of blood.
Well, only Elias checked, so... And he got a nat 1, so maybe you can figure it out.
Yeah, I'd probably have done my own check. I don't have all that much faith in these people, but I'm also not very smart, so we'll see.
So give me a survival, Mariana.
Oh, sorry, I did investigation though, yeah. 11.
Yeah, there's a big pool of blood on the floor. Dried blood.
And Aenarion's gonna try to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's honestly, even without the roll, that's probably the extent of where Mariana would go with it.
Is there... No, I don't know that Arcana would be able to tell me if there was a spell that was done in here.
Not without detect magic.
Aenerion, you are pretty confident, based on the blood on the floor, that somebody died in here. There is enough blood on the floor that whoever it came from is probably dead. You also believe that it seems somebody was killed in here. There was a fight. There's splatter everywhere as well. And that their body, where the pool of blood is, would have fallen there and then was lifted up and moved somewhere else. And the blood spatter kind of goes out the front door. And then when you get into the street, you lose track of it just because of the nature of the street and the dirt or any traffic, etc.
Walking outside, is there anyone walking by at all?
Yeah, there are definitely people on the street. It's not like a busy city street, but there are definitely people walking by. Mostly commoners.
Do any of them look particularly nervous? Like,
there are a couple glances your way, especially the fact that Igvis is there. And the fact that you're there too. They would recognize the watch insignia. But none of them like really stop to stare. They kind of just hurry on a little bit more and go about their business. They kind of try to steer a little bit clear of kind of the area where you guys are.
Okay. And are there any houses that are directly next to this house at all?
Oh yeah, there are definitely houses next door.
Can I go to the next door and knock on the door?
Yeah, so you go to house number 23 and you knock at the door. And after a little while, the door opens and there's a young boy who answers. Hello there?
And Niall's gonna lean down. Why, hello there. Are your parents home?
Well, my dad is at work, and
I don't have a mama.
Is there anyone else in the house with you?
It's just me here right now. Daddy gets home, later. He only left maybe a couple hours ago at first light.
I just, would you mind answering a few
Are
of my
you
questions?
here to take Daddy away?
No, child. Is that something that happens?
Oh, well, Daddy says not to trust people like you, as he points to your badge.
And Niall's gonna look and just kind of very gently pat him on the head. Your dad's a good man. Go on inside. Don't open up for anybody. Wait till he gets home.
Okay. And he'll close the door.
And is there a door on the opposite side? Or like a house on the opposite side of the house?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go knock
house
on that one.
number 21.
Yeah. Gonna knock on that one.
So you knock on that door and there's no answer.
Figures. And so then I'm just gonna walk back. Well, I don't think the neighbors are gonna be any help.
I'll whisper to Niall's ear. He didn't want to show us the rooms, right? What if we coerce him and basically I'll signal I'll knock him out so that he doesn't tell us and we'll check the rooms ourselves.
They'll very much. If the enemies have done anything, they'll kill him for that, or worse. You know that. I think you truly know that.
I do, but we're running out of time for both his granddaughter and this family.
Well, given the young man's state next door, it would appear that people are either being taken, taken enough that they're instructing their youth not to go out, which is worrisome in and of itself, but also worrisome given some things we know.
Should we wait till nightfall and see what we can just
The-
watch?
They're not likely to come back.
So
Especially,
Mariana's like right next to you guys and can probably hear you whispering. So she's gonna say the cook did say that they always just head straight to the back and do their thing. I don't know what their thing was, but they clearly have business in those rooms.
Did she say how often that they came or the last time they came?
No, only that it started a few weeks ago.
Tell me, who is both sneaky and good at seeing things?
We do have a literal fly on the wall.
And I think we all just look at Aenerion.
Aenarion's like, I can't technically turn into a fly.
Okay, spider.
rat, even something. We just need you to sneak in, preferably at night,
If you want.
and see what you can see.
In the itchy mole?
Yes, and it's specifically the rooms in the back.
Did I notice what the doors were like in there? Were there gaps under them enough that a small creature could fit through, or were they completely sealed?
They're not completely sealed. They're older wooden doors. There's definitely a gap underneath there. So depending on the creature.
Also, were there any windows into any of those rooms?
There were windows in some rooms. When you went around the itchy mole, actually, if you walk around the itchy mole, you can see where the windows are precisely and what you can see inside of them.
My friends, perhaps I should mention another trick I know that I've picked up on my travels.
Elias, why are you standing so far away from us? We can barely hear you.
out of game, it's set up so I can't talk unless I'm looking at the Discord tab, so sometimes I forget to move my token. Alais is going to look at you guys. Perhaps this time I mention another trick I know. One picks up many tricks when one is a wandering bard. I have a way to make people quite a bit sneakier and untraceable through any means but magic.
Well, then that will suit our needs. Let's set up. Where are we gonna stay, Igvis?
Well, I have a question. Do y'all just need me to get in the rooms, or do y'all need me to get y'all in the rooms?
No, I think we just need to know what's going on in those rooms.
I can get in those rooms right now. Probably.
Oh, I'm going to do Blessing of the Trickster on Aenerion because I can have it on someone at all times.
Sounds good. You can do that.
If we can get in without bothering our barkeep again, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, as long as I can see into a room, I can pretty much get into it.
Oh, you also have advantage on stealth now. Nothing.
I'm gonna go back and see what the place looks like from around the outside. Once I get to about here, I am gonna start trying to be nonchalantly walking around.
Okay.
And looking at the building. Is it 2 stories? I'm guessing the room's on the second floor.
It is 2 stories, yes.
Can I see if any of the windows have coverings on them, or if they're closed up, or do I know which rooms we're trying to get into even?
Yeah, so I mean, as you walk around, the windows that and what you see as you walk around the building are the first floor. On the second floor, there are windows. Some of them seem to be have curtains on them. Others do not, but really from the first floor and where you are, you can't really see into them, besides maybe part of the ceiling in a one room or so.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go in this house and turn into a spider. Someone carry me over there to that building. I can't move very fast as a spider.
I can take you, that's fine. So
I climb up onto your shoulder.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just like walk past, and as I'm walking past, I'll like put up my hand and just like touch the wall.
Yeah. So I have a climb speed of 20 feet as a spider, so I climb up to the second story.
And I'm just gonna like take a lap around and see if I can talk to anybody, but I'm assuming they're all going to ignore me.
As I get up there, I go to the first window. Can I see into the room?
Yeah, so you are on that side, so you wouldn't see any windows on that side, but on the top here would probably be the very first window that you could see that didn't have like a curtain over it, if you climbed up the side. And you can see into the room, and when you look into the room, it seems like there's a single bed in there. There's 2 candles on the wall. Otherwise, it's the only things in that room. And then there's a door that leaves the room that is currently closed.
I Blessing of the Raven Queen through the window into the room.
Remind me, blessing of the Raven Queen. Is it like a teleport?
It's my teleport. Yeah.
Okay. So you blessing of the Raven Queen into the room, and I'm gonna move you real quick. Up. Okay. You come in through that window here to the north. There's a window, and that's the room that you are in at the moment.
Okay, I'm in. Now what do I do? All right, so he's gonna just look around the room with his 8 tiny little eyes and see if he sees anything noticeable in this room.
Yeah, make me an investigation check. Or if you want, while we're doing this, we can do a passive investigation or perception. I would do perception too.
Yeah, I'm terrible at investigation, so I'm a perception person, but I'll roll investigation if you want me to.
Yeah, I'll give you the option of either using your passive perception as you kind of do this sleuthing right now, or you can specifically roll in instances where you know, if you're specifically looking for something.
I don't know why my D&D Beyond is rolling survival over and over again.
That is weird.
Yeah, I'm just walking around right now, just looking, see if I see anything.
What's your perception plus?
It's 16 is my passive perception. My perception's +6.
Right. That is weird why it's only survival there.
And I'm not rolling anything, it's just rolling survival.
Oh, you're not even clicking on anything?
Yep.
We're just-
rolling
it's the ghost. It's the dragon cult. This is some bullshit that they're pulling. I see how it is.
That's quite interesting. Maybe try reloading D&D Beyond and Foundry real quick.
He's actually just got a chronic condition. He just has to be able to survive constantly.
Yeah. Though, as you get into the room, you don't see anything of note in this room. It's just that bed right there, the 2 candles on either wall, and then that door.
All right, I'm going to quickly look under the bed and then make my way to the door.
Okay. So you make your way to the door. You're at the door. It looks like you could get under the door in your spider form. It's not perfectly flush with the floor.
Slip under the door.
Okay, so I'm going to move you to the other side of the door.
All right, I'll walk down the hall to the next room and walk in the room.
Okay. So that would be this room, and I'll move you into that room. As you get into that room, it looks like a single bed in this room and no furniture whatsoever. No lights either. Which, do you have dark vision and spider form? Yes. Okay.
I'm checking. I wasn't sure.
You do. You do.
Yeah, so I look under that bed and then I turn and leave unless there's something under the bed.
Okay. There is not.
I head to the next room.
All right. Are you able to see the map there too? Still? Okay. Cool. So, moving into this door, it seems that there are 2 pairs of bunk beds in this room here. As you look under the left bunk bed, there is what seems to be a small coffer.
I'm going to make a note of that and I'm going to leave the room.
Okay. Pop.
I'll head in this room.
Okay. In that room, you see two beds, two single beds, and that's all that appears in this room.
I check under the beds, but
Yeah, there's nothing under the bed of note.
all right, I head out.
All right.
I head to this room.
So in that room, there are two candles on either wall, two beds in that room. There is nothing that looks interesting in there.
But the lights are on.
The lights are on, yes.
All right, I walk out of that room. I check all of these rooms.
Okay. So just kind of going through it really quickly, I'll just put you in this room. This one has 4 bunk beds in this room. So 8 beds, 4 bunk beds. It doesn't seem like there's anything interesting in that room. This room here has 3 sets of beds, and there does seem to be a cabinet of some sort over here to the north.
Is there, I can't get in the cabinet. There's not like enough
Right.
space for me to squeeze in there.
Right. In this room over here, there is a desk here on the northern wall, and there's 2 beds. You don't see any papers specifically on the desk. It seems to be clean of papers. There are drawers to the desk, though.
Are there any windows in this room?
Yes, there is a window over here to the west. And it overlooks what would be the front of the building, where the front door is.
I'm going to look in the other rooms and then I'm going to come back to this room. Sorry, I was talking without holding my space bar.
Okay, so this one has 2 beds in it, and the last room over here has 2 beds and a chest that is padlocked.
Are there windows in this room?
There are. In the north, there's a window over here.
All right, I'm going to come over into the corner and I'm going to untransform and I'm going to pick the lock on the chest.
Okay. Sounds good. Oh, that's too big. So you go to pick the lock on the chest. Go ahead and make me a roll.
Can I check it for traps first?
You can. Go ahead and roll me perception. So you do not find any traps on this chest.
All right, I'm going to try to pick the lock.
Okay. You try to pick the lock. You take like a couple minutes to do that, and you are unable to get it. You feel like you were so very close, but just not able to get this.
Can I
one for
guide
some
it
reason.
myself? Do I have to do that before?
You can guidance yourself. So assuming you guidanced yourself there, which you would probably do, you would actually feel it click with that little bit of extra inspiration.
All right. I slowly open it, hoping it doesn't make any creaking noises.
Yeah. So you open it, and you find inside just a hat and a cloak of some sort. The hat is pretty antiquated, and it's a cone-shaped hat, and it's adorned with gold crescent moons and stars. The cloak just seems to be a normal black cloak.
Aenerion doesn't like thieves, so he's not going to take anything. So he's just going to close that up as long as there's no documents in there.
Okay.
Put the padlock back on, lock it, so it doesn't look like anyone was here.
Sounds good.
Then he's going to come over to this door and check and see if it's locked.
Which it is locked, but from the inside, so you would be able to unlock it.
Okay, he is going to... he is not sure what to do.
It seems like there's like a... It seems like you could probably manipulate it to relock it from the outside, I should say. Like, it can manually be unlocked from the inside. So it seems like it has a locking mechanism that if you were to turn the key, it turns like a little handle on the inside that kind of stops the door from moving that you could manually open. But if you wanted to kind of open it, go outside, and then relock it, you could probably do that, accomplish that with thieves' tools.
Yeah, he's gonna do that as stealthily as possible.
Okay. So unlocking it isn't a problem. Make me a roll to relock it.
Thieves' tools.
Thieves' tools. So 18. First roll there. Yeah, you're able to relock it.
All right, he's going to very, very quietly walk down the hall back to the room with the desk and unlock that door if it's not locked.
Okay. It is locked. So go ahead and roll me thieves' tools for that door.
Guidancing myself as well.
Okay.
I guess it doesn't roll guidance when you click on it. It just
No, you can click the
goes back.
D4 in the description of the spell. You should be able to do. There you go. So 3 plus your 11 it was? So
Yeah.
14, yeah. So you are able to unlock that door.
All right, I go back in that room. I go in that room and check that desk.
And you can manually open the door now that I've unlocked it. Move yourself where you'd like. So you go to the desk and you open up the drawer and you see blank pieces of parchment in those drawers and a quill.
I write on one of the pieces of parchment. What do I write? Not much up here. Should I keep looking or should I come back? And I just and hope that Mariana sees it.
Okay. So you write that on a piece of parchment. So say again exactly what you say on it.
Not much going on up, or I don't know what I should say. I should make it short. Not much up here. Should I come back? And I watch out the window until I see Mariana coming around, or I see someone I know. If I don't see anyone I know in a minute or two, I'm just going to not do it. But if I see someone, I'm going to put the paper on the window.
Yeah, I have been kind of strolling around the building this full time. I just didn't feel like continuously moving my token all the way in circles.
Yeah, so you would see Mariana at some point come by the building, and to be clear, this is a pretty fancy quill you're writing with. It's looks to be. Give me a general intelligence check.
I am not smart, so
So it seems to be made from like a fire red phoenix feather of some sort, and it has like a golden nib, and it writes really, really smoothly as you write on the piece of paper. It just feels natural in your hand. Something tells you as you're writing with it, there's kind of like these small wisps of red energy that kind of flow out of the end of the quill. Very faint. And you feel this might be magic in some way. But you are able to write what you write on the piece of parchment.
Aenerion says to himself, everyone takes pens from motel rooms, right?
And you are able to get that what you were sending that piece of parchment out the window, basically dropping it out the window.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're able to do that as Mariana walks by. And Mariana, you would see this floating piece of parchment basically float down in front of you with the message that was on it from Aenerion.
And I would pick that up and bring it over to Igvis.
All right, and you watch Aenerion out the window as Mariana picks it up and walks away.
So if Mariana just hands me the paper, I'll signal to Nyle and just say, yeah, we should probably get him out, yeah.
I'm sorry,
Figured
you said
I'd
to
leave
get
it
him
up
out.
to you.
Yeah, I think he's done in there, and I guess I'll walk by the window, like, if you just point out where you found it, and I'll raise my hand and just kind of, like, have my finger twitch twice, like, and continue walking.
Was there one more room on this floor, on this hallway, or was there?
You had checked all of the doors that you had seen. Up there, up top, going through those hallways.
Have I heard anyone up here?
You have not.
I'm going to step back into the hallway just for a second.
Okay.
Very stealthily walk down to the end of the hall and just make sure there's not another hallway that I didn't think to check in.
Okay.
Just peek around.
Yeah, when you peek around over there, this ends in a dead end over there. And then there's a hallway that moves up that way, which you are already in, and then another hallway over here at the far end.
So, but I came down that hallway when I came in, right?
Correct. The one all the way at the very far end you came in.
All right, so I'm going to go back. I'll relock this door.
Okay.
Then I'm hesitating because I don't have another wild shape, so I can't climb down as a spider.
Funny, it's just some big stealth mission. You know, you're going in there, and then all of a sudden, Aenerion comes crashing out the window. Yeah, no. So there is a window there, though. Looks over the front of the itchy mole. You've locked yourself in the room. What did
So
you
my
do? What did
blessing
you
of the
do
Raven-
with the quill, by the way? Just
I put it in my pocket.
okay. All right.
Everyone takes pins from hotel rooms, right?
Cool.
He is blessing of the Raven Queen is not a spell. So does it undo invisibility?
Undo? No, it
Yeah.
wouldn't undo invisibility.
So I cast invisibility on my spell self, and then blessing my Raven Queen myself down to the street.
Okay. Sounds good. You can absolutely do that. I am going to put you on this street. And you end up right there.
I walk over to Mariana and tug on her shirt, and like, "Hey, it's me. I'm invisible."
Oh, okay. I mean, oh, okay. And I'll just continue walking back over towards Nyle, and
Okay.
I'll wave him along, and we can head back towards the blood house, I guess.
"Hey, Nyle, I'm invisible."
Alrighty, I think I will go investigate the house some more.
Okay, which house? The one that... For Malachi's house you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm just heading back to Malachi's house. It was more so just like that's where I'm going.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Elias, I'm invisible. And I poke Elias a few times.
Elias is going to pretend not to notice.
Once I get back in the blood house, I drop my invisibility.
Okay. I love that I can tag you as invisible in Foundry, and when I do that, nobody else can actually see you.
Yeah, I thought you were just perfectly moving under my token.
Nope. He was tagged as invisible. Okay, and then you drop your invisibility when you're back by the house.
And I tell them everything that I saw up there, all the beds and the coffer under the one bed that I didn't go and check, which I probably should have. And I was like, and I found this really cool pin. I probably shouldn't have taken it. But there were lights on up there, so I think people have been going up there.
Did you check the back room?
I checked all the rooms upstairs. Was there a back room downstairs? I thought we were in the kitchen.
There was a room behind the bar, too, I think.
Wasn't that his bedroom? Didn't y'all go in there to get the ledger?
Yeah, yeah, that was his bedroom.
There was, Nyle, when you were standing there, and Igvis could attest to that too, that there was a second room back there. He went through one of the doors, which was his bedroom, but there was another door.
Oops, no,
That's
I
where
didn't
the
check
cook
it.
said to go.
Oh, well, if I could take a little nap, I can go back in there. Sorry, I didn't realize there was another room downstairs.
It's alright.
So we know that there's people that were there recently. You didn't see anything too terribly suspicious. We know that
There
they go. Go ahead.
There was a hat that was kind of magical looking, or at least like a performer, in a chest, but I didn't take that.
Did you take anything else?
Well, I did take this pen. It was shiny. I probably shouldn't have.
No, good for you. You deserve that.
I, as much as I would love to have this moral argument with the pirate, what's so special about the pen?
I don't know. It was red and shiny and kind of fiery wisp came out of it when I wrote things down.
Can I do an Arcana check on the pen?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
13.
You're not sure. It does seem strange. You know, as I mentioned, it's a fire red phoenix feather, it looks like. But you're not sure if there's something innately special about it or not.
Go ahead and keep that on your possession. I don't think that it matters that you took a special pen.
If we're concerned that it might have magical properties in the middle of a cult area, perhaps we should be cautious of writing with it.
Well, I already
You'd
wrote
know,
with
Mr. Cursed Spear.
Fair. I do tend to be quite cursed at times. What did you write with it? For all we know, this pen could be used to transmit messages between the group.
I don't remember what I wrote. I gave it to Mariana.
You just asked if you should come out. It said you didn't find much, so if that was conveyed to them, then that's not too bad. Maybe they'll just think we're incompetent.
Well, because I forgot to check half the house, I kind of feel like I might be incompetent right now.
I mean, you did get inside. And out, somehow.
So what's our plan of action here? We don't have too much to go on other than someone was murdered and they go in. They've clearly been taking people hostage. That much is certain.
So what time is it, out of curiosity? In-game.
It's still morning.
Well,
Yeah, it was like 9 when we were in the Itchy Mole all together.
I'd say maybe another hour has passed, so let's say 10:30.
We can follow them, but I'd rather not wait for nightfall and another victim.
I wonder if we watched the tavern, if they would come back.
It's possible, but that would not be till night, would it?
Would it?
We could continue investigating until maybe supper time. Maybe we can find something more just by looking around Tumbledown.
Quite so. It is.
Is there any... What do the people around here work on or do, generally?
And just to clarify for me, did we have any evidence or anything that they do specifically come at night?
I just figure a cult isn't likely to drag bodies and murder victims in the middle of, daylight and out in the open.
Well, they did try to drag me away.
Yeah,
the
but
frog and
Mariana was, a hostage they weren't planning on.
But they were walking about the city in the daytime in their masks and robes and all that.
Yeah.
And they walked out with several chests, so they may have a way of moving around in the day that people just don't care about.
Plot twist, the people cultists. It happens every Tuesday.
I guess we could maybe ask another shopkeeper if they've seen the people with the mask. Old man, what's his name? He didn't seem to want to talk, but his cook didn't seem to mind at all.
You just want another pie.
We should
That's true.
keep our we should keep our distance from them for now. She was helpful, but she might not be the only person who saw something, and there are perhaps less risky options.
Are there any other places nearby that look like businesses, or is it mostly residential?
It's mostly residential, and it's relatively poor neighborhood in general. So, I mean, you already know that Tumbledown in general, like I said, it's also pretty misty here. And it's known also for being kind of haunted, Tumbledown. It's a haunted neighborhood. There was a family that owned, and this information would be information that Igvis, Nyle would both be very familiar with specifically, not necessarily the rest of you, because they are from Baldur's Gate. But there was a family that had a very large mansion here in Tumbledown, the SARS, and they were murdered. And it's said that their ghosts basically haunt Tumbledown. So only, some of the outer city denizens who are just super desperate and very close to being able to get into the inner city and reside in the inner city, the lower city, make their homes in Tumbledown. But it's not a place that most people like to travel to unless they are coming out in order to get to Cliffside Cemetery or to look at the statue of Baldur, which sits and looks out over the sea.
Are there any sites or anything like that that would be of interest to cultists in Tumbledown?
Well, whether or not cultists would have an interest in any place would all be kind of like speculation. But the two big locations, I mean, there's the Itchy Mole there, which is pretty much the only business in Tumbledown. But the other two big sites in Tumbledown or right outside of Tumbledown are the statue of Baldur, who the city of Baldur's Gate is named after Baldurin, who was a famous explorer, but he has a statue that looks out over the sea right outside of Tumbledown, and then there's that cliffside cemetery, which actually is relatively upscale considering it lies right outside of Tumbledown. And actually, some of the wealthier members of the inner city are buried there in a cliffside cemetery up on the hill. But otherwise, it's very small residential neighborhood with relatively run-down homes.
That reminds me, doesn't Elias have a funeral to get to?
Yeah, isn't
this
that around
afternoon?
like the afternoon? Yeah, it would be around 4.
Well, that
I
was
mean-
yesterday.
So
Well, it was arranged yesterday, but it was supposed to take place the day after, right?
Yeah.
I'll have to go check my notes from the last session. I thought it was yesterday night. I could be wrong, though.
I mean, if you want to retcon it and say it was last night in the lovely ceremony, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say that Elias would have attended it last night, or anybody else who had wanted to. You did have some downtime where you guys were kind of out and about before you went back to the Harsh Lamb, which is when I would have assumed Elias would have gone to that ceremony.
All right. Yeah, that works.
And, we can talk through it more. Maybe that's a good play-by-post topic.
Yeah, that would be a good play-by-post.
I don't know, our main force of direction, our current leader, as much as he hates it, is currently not here, so we're directionless.
wait, did Igvis say he was going to be right back? Okay.
I have shared all of my leads of Tumbledown.
So, just to kind of summarize everything that was being discussed. So you sent Aenerion in as a spider. He went through upstairs. He didn't go through necessarily all of the rooms in the tavern, as you guys kind of discussed. There are 2 other kind of locations in Tumbledown that are of interest to people, which is the statue of Baldurin and Cliffside Cemetery. You don't necessarily have anything to suggest at the moment that they would be places for cultists to hang out. The rumor that you heard from Malachi was that that there's this half dragon that is leading dragon worshippers, and they make their lair in Dustcock Hill, which is obviously a very large place. You know that there have been figures in masks that have come into the Itchy Mole from the cook. You know something's going on with the granddaughter of the guy who owns the place, and he doesn't really seem keen to talk about it. Yeah, it's a kind of a summary of everything that has currently been going on.
Okay.
Well, I think really the only thing that makes logical sense would be to wait to see if they show up tonight.
So,
Or to say, screw this guy's granddaughter and try to get back in and check the back room anyway.
what I want to do is, can we wait until he's gone?
The innkeeper? He's
He
gonna be
lives
there. I was like, he lives there, so he's just gonna be there.
Yeah, you do know that he had a room in his bedroom in the back that he had mentioned, which is where he went to. So you assume that he lives there.
Is there any way we could force, quote unquote, force him out without him knowing we're forcing him out?
Well, we could light Den on fire, but I don't think that's a very good idea.
Yeah, Nyle has this thing about evidence. So I could probably use a good arson again.
With a nap, I could probably go back in there.
With a short rest?
A nap. I said a nap. I can't sleep, but it's a nap.
I mean, we can always take a small break. Maybe get our bearings around here.
Yeah, I don't think I want to sleep in the murder house, though.
We know one place that has rooms in Tumbledown.
Can I try to run an investigation on the murder house, see if there was anything they were looking for? DM, I never ran an investigation check.
Sure,
Can I try that?
you can give me an investigation.
I have angered the dice tonight.
Yeah, looks like something bad happened there.
I wonder if it was a murder.
Or somebody spilt red juice all over the floor and it stained the floor.
Yeah.
Well, I said, wow, what a waste of wine.
Yeah. Look, clearly they didn't clean up after the spaghetti party.
So, up to you. It looks like Igvis is back. But, yeah. What do you want to do? You tell me. You can hang out if you would like a short rest. It's a short rest is an hour if you're trying to short rest in the creepy murder house. Or you can go back to the inn, as Mariana suggested, if you want to try and force your way in to see other things, or another attempt at trying to get rooms, or you can do something completely different and leave Tumbledown.
So, what was the map they went to when they were... What was the road they went to when they were tracing the body? From the blood. Assuming Aenerion shared that information.
It just came out the front door of the house, and he couldn't track the blood on the street.
That's fair. Okay, so we don't have a vague direction there.
He just knows that there was a body. It seems like the amount of blood, somebody's probably dead, and that a body was moved afterwards out the front door.
Are there any other bars in this area?
Nope, the Itchy Mole is it.
What else is there in terms of locale? Like any weapon shop, any marketplaces?
Well, those things that I had mentioned before. So the Itchy, it's a residential neighborhood. And the Itchy Mole is really the only business establishment at all in the neighborhood. And otherwise, there is the Cliffside Cemetery or the statue of Baldur are the other landmarks, I would say, in Tumbledown. And they're not really in Tumbledown. They're more up the hill outside, closer to the River Chianthar. The statue actually looks over the sea, the river itself, and Cliffside Cemetery sits up on a very large hill that overlooks the river.
Okay, so given the knowledge that this is residential, I want to see if there's any, what are the most used roads? Is there any way we could look at, the condition of the roads and know which ones are more used, more worn down?
Yeah, I would definitely say there are some roads that are wider than others as well. Definitely seem more well-traveled. Nyle kind of moves. You guys kind of see Nyle walk back towards the Itchy Mole as you're kind of discussing all this.
Pius is going to follow, attempting to stealth and probably failing.
You really don't need to. I mean, the rest of us are just openly following him.
So as now sees you, probably clear, not Elias, but rest of you, he's gonna tell you to kind of like hang back.
We all
Mariana's
walk
upset
in. We
because
all
she was
walk
just
in
gonna
really
go drink.
quickly into the bar and then leave.
Right then, would
I simply forgot your tip.
I see now. Well, I do appreciate that.
Mariana whispers through the window, "Get me another one of those pixies."
So
Why don't you? So I'm gonna not to sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna take out two like their wooden badges. I need you to accept your tip, and then I'm gonna take out a piece of paper and write, "Take this, and your cook will be staying here tonight. This should get you into the city." Does that seem
Okay.
amenable?
And he says, "Well, I'm not quite sure that this tip would be acceptable. I think that you should just keep your money. I don't think that I need the extra coin." And you can still tell he's very nervous when he says that, as he pushes the items back to you.
I'll pick them up, take them back. Understood. Well, I and now I was just kind of like stare off for a second.
Right? Is there something else? I mean, if you're looking for a place to stay, I suppose I could rent you some rooms. There's no harm in that.
How many rooms do you have available?
Well, depends on how many beds that you're looking for, but I have 10 rooms with varying
Let's do
sleeping
3
arrangements.
beds. 3 beds, if you got it.
I do have a single room that has 3 beds. If you'd like to rent that one room,
I'll take it.
right then. Let me give you the keys here to room number 6, and he'll hand you some keys, and he'll say, "Now, if you go through this back door right here, and you go up the stairs, and you go down the hallway, you're gonna pass the 2 rooms. You're gonna make a right, and then the second right you make, it's gonna be the first door on your right."
Thank you so much. I'll be doing some resting. If you see my friends come in, if you could send them my way, and if you need to escort them to make sure that they don't go anywhere undesirable.
And as you walk in there, and he'll say, "Yes, your friend is staying up in the room. He's rented for the night, room number 6." And he'll give you the same directions. You just go upstairs down the hallway. You're going to pass the 2 doors. You're going to make a right. Then you're going to take the next right, and it's going to be the first room on your right.
Thank
See,
you, sir.
I think it's funny that we have no indication that Nyle is done in there. We just got a "don't follow me yet," and we've been waiting.
We ever
Aenarion's
listen to
super
Nyle?
impatient. He wanted more pie.
Have we ever listened to Nile though? Really?
And as the rest of you come in, he says, "I feel like a broken record here, but your friend did come in. and he did rent a room, so he asked me to let you know, and he will repeat those same instructions. Up the stairs, down the hallway, past the 2 rooms, make a right, make another right down the next hallway, and it's the first room on your right.
And I'm just going to be standing outside the room, waiting for them, ushering them all in, like...
Aenerion immediately
Guys,
walks
what
in and
was
goes
it?
over to the cabin and then opens it. He's like, I really wanted to do that.
And when you open that cabinet, there is nothing in it.
So I didn't really get to say this earlier, but my only other idea when it came to how to deal with this was Aenerion, you can become a dog, right? Would you be able to sniff the doll and see if you can track where the girl went?
Yeah, I just have to get to the doll. I also probably could do it off of the blood, but I didn't. I don't have any wild shapes left until we take a short rest.
Which is what the room is rented for.
That's fine. That was just my thought, is you might be able to track them based on something. The doll, the blood, whatever.
I like the doll better because she's probably would help us find her.
Is there anything we could do to get rid of that man for 24 hours without raising suspicion?
So, is everybody in the room?
No, I think they're eating.
Okay.
Yeah, currently you're missing Kel and Mariana.
Helen, yeah. If they're down to...
I
ahead.
think his ledger's awfully sparse for what he's affording, and the fists have to question him about that.
Mariana gets upstairs and is immediately lost.
I'm afraid if we do anything to him, he's going to kill the little girl.
So, here's what so Niall's gonna, like, address the room. So here is what I've been able to establish.
Wait. If they can hear us downstairs, shouldn't they be able to hear us up here?
I'm gonna do a divine sense real quick.
The cook's bringing a pie soon.
You do a divine sense, and you do indeed. Your divine sense is triggered. So there seems to be... Let me just remind myself specifically what info you get from divine sense.
Exact location of anything. If there's a fiend, celestial, undead within 60 feet, I can also detect just good or evil. Or affected by the Hallow spell? I don't know what that is.
The type, not its identity. In the same way, you should also take presence at any place or after things been consecrated to a spell. Okay. So you do detect what seems to be coming from a spider that is on top of the closet over here, and you are sensing a fiend. And then, it's 6 seconds, and that sense kind of goes away.
Can I still see the spider when I look over?
Yes.
Can I walk over and smush the spider?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
Okay, fine, whatever. That was almost an 18.
So you go to smush the spider, and how are you trying to smush it? Like with a thumb, basically?
Yeah, I'm just basically trying to like slap my hand. You know when you slapping it flies.
So you go to slap it, and roll me an insight or perception. Give me a perception. Yeah, so you go to slap it, and then you lift your hand, and there's no spider there, so you're not sure whether you got it or not.
Can
Oh,
I?
and I'm not feeling it crawl on me at all. Am I?
Yeah, you're not feeling it crawl on you or anything like that.
Can I?
The rest of you see
Given
Nile
I know
just
what he's doing-
walk over and basically slap the top of the cabinet.
Sorry, we had. Actually, so now I'm going to apologize and be like, sorry, we had unwanted visitors. Can I use Divine Sense again?
Well, actually, I just did,
Oh, okay.
and mine lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, so you cast Detect Evil and Good, and you do that, and that is... Sorry, I'm just reading for a second. You detect a fiend, and it seems to be coming from outside the room.
He probably also detects me. I'm a fae.
Yeah, are you Fae? Or Shadow?
Would I know
Fae?
the type for
Creature
this
type?
one? I'm unclear on that.
Yeah, I think so.
So, would I only know fiend, or would I know subtype of fiend?
No, you just know that it's a fiend. You have Fae ancestry, but I don't think you're actually Fae, right? You're still elf.
Yeah, I guess I'm still elf. Yeah, I'm humanoid. For
Yeah.
prerequisite, you were considered an elf.
So you do detect fiend outside of the room, Elias, and down the hallway.
Mariana, would you like to help me go get that pie?
Sure.
So Elias is going to... I'm sorry, I've realized that it's been such a long time since I've had a blueberry pie.
You also
What?
know that the source, by the way, Elias, right when you cast it, is moving, and it's moving away from you.
Okay.
It's
So
not
with
in
that-
one place.
So it's running away.
Correct. That's what you guess. That the source, whatever this source is moving away from you.
Well, it seems. So, as far as Niall's aware, it seems that we have rid ourselves of. Or I have rid of.
Elias is just going to make like a kind of like quiet motion to you.
We should be free of watchers as of right now.
He's going to tap on the ear.
What, you mean the eye guy?
Ah, my God.
Sometimes, good Nile, one can hear as one leaves. And
I'm not gonna. I'm personally not gonna write this all out. And frankly, we are in enemy territory. If they don't know what we're doing, they will soon. We already opened up their, murder scene. We are, if not to belittle you, Elias. Me and Igvis are literally cops. We are the police. Policing
And
force.
Elias is going to wait until the thing is out of range.
And it would very quickly, within the next couple seconds, it would be...
I know.
You would no
and
longer
he's going to look at you
sense it.
and just say, now it's out of range. Proceed.
So what I've been able to figure out after some long, exasperated investigation, what I can tell is that our friend downstairs can't leave. It's probably a concern of the condition. He can't leave the city. He can't say anything. And he is directing people away, from what I guess. If I had to gather a guess, I'm going to assume Malekith, or what's his name, had some information, went looking, and then was killed for it. I don't know about your friend Vaati, but he seemed to be angry that he couldn't find a shield that he very clearly was looking for here. The cult operates here. We know they operate in the hills, which should have a bunch of underground caverns that they can operate in. And they come here nightly, it would seem. And I'm assuming that that is what that man is renting these rooms for. That was probably another term of his contract.
Hey, Aenerion, which room was that coffer in? It could be of importance.
Elias is going to offer to escort you guys wherever you're going.
We shouldn't all go. It wouldn't make... I doubt that having
Friend,
a full party out front of a door would be smart.
my friend,
I can't open this.
I can currently sense our unwanted guests.
Of course. They've returned.
Well, no, he's not saying they've returned. He's letting you know that he would know if they're near right now. And he's trying to help us keep a low profile. Just two of us getting lost looking for pie is much less suspicious.
We'll go on.
We do not know per se whether our unassociated guests, which enemy they're associated with.
If I had to guess, the cult leader is being given the notes that I have on the subject. Whoever's being protected in the manor, the Mortlock Manor, is probably the head of this cult. And they've also been sending imps out, which I have to assume are all of the spiders and other random things in the corner.
I would agree you're most likely correct on that one. I just don't like to take chances with a child's life on the line.
Neither do I, which is why I'm trying to be as careful as possible, but we won't be getting anywhere if we can't find something to lead us to where their hideout under the hill would be.
Indeed. It would be... I say we rest an hour and we take our dog for a walk.
Sure. Igvis, Kel, anything that you might have that I'm missing?
I don't have much more than I
Nope.
can provide. I'm kind of banking on the fact that he might be able to track them based on their sense.
Well, then I suppose we'll wait for that to happen. I'm just going to take a quick rest then. These old bones hurt.
All right, so you decide to take a rest in this room.
Hey, I found this. Well, Aenerion found this.
What did he find?
A coffer.
And why, pray tell, are you grabbing coffers?
Well, if it was the innkeeper's personal coffer, I imagine he'd keep it in his own room. So this could be something else.
And have you tried opening it?
Aenerion couldn't get it.
Is there any sort of magic seal on it?
I can't find anything.
So what's to stop us from bursting it open?
I don't know, you like to do things a different way, so I thought I'd just,
Kel,
bring it in.
I bet you couldn't slash this in half.
Yeah, I think this one needs a little bit of a loosening. And now I was just going to kind of place it on the floor.
I'll walk up, draw Knight's End and I'll strike it.
And no need to roll damage as you strike the small coffer with your mighty greatsword. It shatters, and coins fly everywhere. It seems to be some gold, some silver, some copper.
Effective, I suppose.
I probably should have shook it or something.
Where did you find it?
Room in the second hallway? There's too many hallways.
Tell me, if the innkeeper is the only one staying here, and the cultist...
Oh shit, was that the cook's room? Well,
I was just gonna try to get this all together and put in like a pouch. I don't think that we should be stealing money. Is there any particular weirdness of the gold? Is there any feel to the gold, the money?
Seems like normal coins. You can roll me an investigation.
Got a 14.
Seems like normal money.
Yeah, I think we should just put this back. This doesn't look anything special. Again, no need to steal from these people. They've already take stuff stolen enough.
Aenerion relocked the door.
Oh.
And Mariana kind of just lays down.
So, you guys rest for a moment. I'll go see the cook, I guess.
I guess we're taking a
yeah,
rest.
Aenarion's pie should be done soon.
All right, so the rest of you are taking a short rest while Elias goes to talk to the cook. So, Elias, you can go ahead and move yourself if you'd like.
Yes, let me figure out how to do that. Okay. PM, did I make a wrong turn? I'm in a dark room.
No, you made a correct turn. You should be able to see. There you go. You're moving. You should be able to see everything, right?
Where's the kitchen?
So if you go back up into the left, there's a middle door. So, too far? Back this way, I'll drag you. Out this way is the bar, and then you know that the kitchen was this room over here.
Hello.
Why, hello there.
I hear you make a good pie.
Well, I must say so myself. I make a good pie, and you guys are just eating it right up.
I think I'd like to try one, if that's all right.
Oh, well, of course. It'll just be 5 copper pieces for a slice of pie.
I heard 2 silver for a pie.
Oh, that's if you'd like a whole pie, honey, and I'd have to bake a whole new pie. It would take some time. I do have a couple slices here, though, I could sell you instead. If you wish not to wait.
I'd always wanted to try a fresh baked pie. If that's all right with you.
All right, if you don't mind waiting, I can bake an entire new pie.
Is it too much of a trouble for you?
Oh, no. Not any trouble for me, honey. I really do enjoy cooking, and you've been my first guests that I've had in quite some time here at the inn. It's a blessing that you've actually come and you're ordering some food from me.
What are your specialties? It's been you seem like you have a taste of home to your cooking.
My specialties? By whatever do you mean?
What do you cook best?
Oh, well, everybody loves the blueberry pie, yourself included. I did make quite a mean Ankh egg burger, but we don't have any of that in stock, unfortunately.
Indeed.
Supply concerns and all.
Yes, understandably so.
It seems someone done up and murdered those poor people over there at the Hamhawk Slaughterhouse.
Really? I'm not familiar with what happened there. Out of game, that's not a lie. Elias would not know he was decorating an inn.
Oh yeah, you weren't there. I mean, you would know though, because you know what happened with the party. You just weren't there. But
I feel like they never briefed him on that past we solved the murders. You bastard not being there.
Hello, we're back and irrevocably changed. How are you?
That's basically how it was from his perspective. He went like a good investigator, and he's like, "Hi."
It's actually kind of true. You left, you went back to the inn. They went in, they had the near-death experience. They came out different. They came back.
They also refused to pay him, to be fair.
Yeah, came back and you're like, hey.
He was offered money and refused. That's a note. Because you offered to pay half, and Elias was just like, no, I didn't do anything.
Says, well, honey, it's going to take me probably an hour to bake this pie. Are you just going to sit there the whole time and watch?
If that's all right.
Well, I suppose you can if you'd like.
Very well. So Elias is probably just sitting and talking with the cook for the hour, I guess.
Okay. Just making chit-chat?
Yeah, casual things on the play-by-post.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, looking at Elias's backstory, I don't think he'd have ever had, a fresh-baked pie. Because, he's not that old, and he's been... his backstory, it's not really something he'd have done.
Yeah. So, yeah, we can do that in the play-by-post if you want, kind of that conversation that you have over the next hour. The hour does go by. She will give you the pie after she makes it. The rest of you will have completed a short rest. If you want to go ahead and apply a short rest to your character sheets. And yeah, you have a pie, Elias.
Elias is going to have a slice of pie and offer some to the rest of the party.
Well, Aenerion was supposed to get a pie delivered.
Yeah, and she'll hand you, actually, because I just forgot about it, she will hand you the other pie that she was baking and say, this was for your friend upstairs, the darker-skinned one. You're looking a little pale over there, but, if you wouldn't mind just handing this to him, that would be great. The one with the pointy ears.
Would you care for some pie, Igvis or Nyle?
I'm okay. I'm watching my figure.
I don't do sweets, really.
Aenarion's sitting on the bed, just scarfing it down with his hand. Just...
Wow, and you don't even offer to Mariana and Kel.
Mariana, Kel, would you like any?
Oh, I see.
Well, I was going to offer you some anyway, but, I don't like interrupting people.
No, sure. Sure, I'll have a slice.
Fair Kel, would you like some?
I did hear a door just now.
Yeah, that was other stuff.
I'm like, was that intentional?
Uh-huh. Other stuff. Sounds like the big bad is next door. We're about to solve all of the city's problems by going next door and killing him in his sleep.
Or the cook is going up to her room to go, "Oh no, I've been robbed!"
So, is there anything else we should say before we go take our dog for a walk?
No, I think we should go just do the thing.
Indeed.
As Nyle, Mariana, and Igvis walk off.
Where is Aenerion?
In the room right next to you.
So, Aenerion, what say you and I go walk our dog?
So that pouch of coins, should we just like put it by the door, or did you hand that to me? Because you really shouldn't have handed that to me.
No, I'm definitely not going to hand it to a pirate as a government official.
Okay, but hear me out. What if you hand it to me?
No, you literally dragged a homeless criminal into a bar.
I locked the door too good. I can't get it back open.
That's fine. I'll just leave it outside the door.
We'll just push all of the coins under individually.
Look, Alais' methods are extra. But
Is this the door, Marion?
Yes, that's the door.
Okay, can I use like the pouch and tie like the pouch over the doorknob?
Yeah, and to be clear, you gathered up all the coins into your own pouch, right? Because they were just kind of scattered on the floor. They weren't in a pouch.
Yeah, I put them into a pouch,
Okay.
yes.
And you could tie it off on the door.
That's what I'm going to do.
We're lucky they don't have very many patrons.
No, what's the plan? Should I turn into a dog?
I believe the plan is for you to turn into a dog and then immediately smell the doll that the barkeep has. Yeah.
So should I just run down and like jump behind the bar and smell the doll?
I think Elias's plan is to bother someone.
We are already back here. We could just open these doors, and Mariana's just kind of trying a handle.
If you turn into a dog now, we can walk you out and you can catch the dog's scent pretending to be a nosy dog.
You mean the doll scent, not the dog scent?
The doll scent, thank you.
Yes, you're going to catch scent of yourself.
Yes, and then we'll know where Aenerion is, finally.
I mean, he was in his cell for a while. He might be a little stinky.
Yeah, I don't think I've bathed. I wonder if there's a bathroom.
Eyes on the prize.
Yeah, yep. Let's see about getting the doll scent. Let's get it going.
Okay.
Okay, fine. We'll just ignore this perfectly good access to all these locked doors.
Well, I could unlock those doors. Maybe.
Just let's focus on getting the doll scent so we can find the cult rather than try to find out what they're doing here.
Fine.
Okay. All right. So
We can save the girl. We'll have all the time we need to investigate with her safe.
okay, I'll shape into, but I'm going to turn into a dog this time, not a massive. I have the same stat block. I just don't want to be a big scary dog.
I feel like he's a corgi.
Just an old bloodhound, actually.
Sounds good. You are a dog.
I get kind of excited, and I'm like kind of jumping around and barking, and I just kind of burst into the jumping on the old man. I'm like,
Oh, well,
Oh,
Wait.
sorry about that.
when did you come in here with a dog?
He's my dog. We're working on that. Down, boy, down.
I'm
Well,
not sure how you got him past me. You know, it's quite a
I lay
feat.
down on the floor and
my
show my belly.
apologies.
I'm like,
It's okay, boy. It's okay. We'll work on it.
Can I pet him?
Yes, sir. You definitely can.
Right, and he will literally start petting you, Aenerion.
I nuzzle. I'm like, oh.
Well, it's quite a mighty fine dog, I must say so myself. I had one in my youth. You know, I haven't had a dog in quite a long time, though.
I start sniffing under the counter.
And the doll is under the counter. You can see it under the counter. And you could absolutely sniff the doll if you want to do that while it's under the counter.
I want to very, very gently pick the doll up, like a dog does, you know, where they just kind of hold something in their mouth. And just not trying to damage it at all, but just hold it in my mouth so it's like dangling down a little bit and sniff it.
All right. And you're able to get a good whiff of the doll, and as you pick it up and hold it in your mouth, it's all right there, fella. You know, let's give me that. You know, that's very quite important to me. You know, can you call your dog over here?
I'll let it drop. I'm like, oh,
And I'll call him over and be like, "Oh, it's okay. You know, go boy. I'm sorry. We're working on that too. He's a very playful one. Loves children." Absolutely adores them.
Right then. Well, did y'all get a good rest? Did you find what you needed?
We collected ourselves, yes.
Yeah.
The food was a great help. Thank you.
Your pie is truly fantastic.
Well, I really do appreciate that, and I'm sure that Linnea does too.
We will most certainly be making more trips out here to visit and get some of that very good pie.
I'll do a quick whistle because I see Aenerion just going nuts. Like, signal him to go next to me and then, like, heal, so he just sits. That's what I'm asking, at least.
And Alais
Okay.
and Kel, you can move your tokens to where you want to be.
Okay, let's get going. Let's stop bothering the man.
Right, as you move and exit.
What do I need to do?
I guess as we go
Can I-
inside, I'll just be like, hey, you got it?
Can I pick up any scents?
So, right away, you do notice that the scent lingers within the itchy mole, but you don't, as soon as you get outside, you're just overwhelmed by the senses kind of on the street and everything. You're not able to pick it up very easily. Go ahead and roll me a survival.
Do I get advantage because the dog has keen senses?
Yeah. So 21 survival. So you don't pick up the scent of the doll outside, but you don't think it's because, you know, you've lost the scent. You don't think the scent has left the building.
I go back over to the door and scratch on the door.
Oh, I forgot to tip for my pie. I'll be back if that's all right. Elias is gonna open the door, and he's gonna like let the dog in. He's like, "Hello, good sir. Did I remember to pay for my pie?"
Right, y'all do kind of like coming in and out, don't you? It's not necessarily the best for the business, all these comings and goings. Is there anything, please?
Oh
is there
no, customers. What will people do if they see you have people coming in and out of your business?
Right. Well, I mean, no disrespect, but people seeing your kind here, just might, there are people who don't necessarily like you kind. I think you're mighty fine people, as I've already mentioned, but
I get it. It's the cops, isn't it?
We have the room for the day, so I might be going in the back. Don't mind me.
Trust me. Rest assured, I am a wandering bard. Me coming and going from an inn is, quite frankly, the scourge of society. Elias is just gonna admit.
Now that we're in the back, does he pick up the scent again and the whole trail?
yeah, and it wouldn't be specifically a trail necessarily inside, but you definitely smell the lingering scent inside, and it does seem rather faint. Like the scent hasn't been around for a while, for you to pick up a really strong odor. But there's no specific trail that you're following. It's just kind of everywhere. It's lingering in the air. But when you exit the building, you specifically can't catch on to the scent again, and you're confident that it's not because of a lack of sense. You really don't think that scent has any time recently been outside of this building.
We got anything? Sounds like we can't track. Maybe? It's kind of hard to tell. The blood was more fresh. Want to try that real quick?
Might as well.
Oh.
And when you try those doors, Mariana, they were locked. I don't know if you saw when my
I
messenger...
did, yeah.
Okay.
She more realized they were locked and was kind of just messing with the handles anyway because she wanted somebody to let her in.
But you do know that this door down here was the room that Silas went into that seemed to be his bedroom. This one up here, you're not sure what that door leads to.
Given we know he's supposed to be tracking and he came back in, Elias is suspicious of Silas. Vaguely, though, not highly. He thinks there's stuff we're still not being told.
Is there any windows down here?
There is, on the southern end.
Can we just draw the curtain and open the window so I can just let the dog out so he doesn't realize that we are leaving?
You want to let the dog out the window? Is that...
Yep.
Yeah. You could let the dog out the window. And the rest of you are going to go out the window as well?
Because he's getting annoyed that we're coming in and out constantly. He's worried. So I'm just let's just go out the window. It's fine.
No, that's worse. So much worse.
All right, as you guys climb out the window after opening it from the inside, and
Elias is going out the front door.
And you see...
Elias didn't see that we went out the window.
It's fair. Elias would have stopped you.
And you see the few people that are watching, are walking by, kind of look at you confused.
Those of us who crawled out the window, or Elias?
Those of you who crawled out the window. People always look at Elias a little bit confused.
Yeah.
I mean, Niall's already at the house. He didn't go in with them or anything, so.
Why?
Oh.
Had a dog tracking. We follow the dog.
But why did the guy who just got told, who just bought a room and is clearly wearing a cop uniform, didn't go back in after coming back out after going back in after coming back out?
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I feel like Elias being a bard gets away with it a little more.
You're just not a cop. Like, me and Igvis have to like treat this with like an ounce of respect at least. The rest of you could technically do whatever you want, and they'd be like, it's just a bunch of randos.
I mean,
I
no.
never have my badge out, to be fair. I only take it out when I'm asked to.
Oh, I mean, like, the insignia is literally on the armor I'm wearing, so
You don't have that option.
So you
I'm
get
essentially
back
wearing
to-
robes
It's
and
not
undershirt.
subtle, and you're calling me up for my lack of subtlety. Just saying.
yeah, but I don't pretend to be subtle.
You get back to Malachi's house. It seems Aenerion is sniffing around at the house.
Yep.
So
Badly.
you don't seem to find any scent inside the house.
Right,
At least not one that relates to the doll.
Oh, I do get advantage, so I get to try one more.
Yeah, I mean you're pretty confident that you have the scent. That you know the scent and you have the scent, but you can't. It's not here.
We're not looking. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think we're looking for the doll scent anymore. We're looking for this guy's scent of the blood, so that we can try and track that one possibly, because it might be more fresh.
Is that what you were trying to do?
Yeah, the blood scent
Okay.
and the death.
So you pick up the scent of the blood, and you are able to track it again, as you already figured out outside the front door of the house. But you are able to continue picking up that scent, which is a little bit stronger than the doll scent you had picked up before. And do you follow it, I assume, outside the house?
He walks out the house and he points, and then he just chases after the scent.
And you would chase all the way to the itchy mole. Right to the front door.
Come on, boy. Let's take a walk around the town. Elias is gonna say that to the dog. Do you go with Elias away from the itchy mole?
He's back over at the itchy mole, like scratching on the base of it.
Come on, boy. I think I get what you're trying to tell me. We can't go back in there right now.
It all leads
Whoa,
here.
it's almost like there were some locked doors in there.
I don't want to have to bother the old man again.
There's an open window now.
So,
And again, a policing force walking straight through some random window. It seems appropriate in the middle of the day.
Elias is just gonna
That's a
watch
you
him
problem.
stay. And I'm sorry, because Elias is being extra today, or at least he hasn't been extra enough. Two things are happening. First, Niles is now under blessing of the trickster.
All right, Nyle, you have blessing of this trickster.
You say anything as you notice this just be cast on you.
Okay, so Blessing the Trickster gives me advantage on stealth checks, right?
Yes.
So I have regular stealth. Got it.
Yes. That's only half of what he's doing. Are you calling him out for, like, what is this weirdo doing?
No, I'm just standing there as of right now.
So, I guess we have to decide, do we want to wait for night?
If we're gonna wait for night, we might as well be in the room when we do it.
Indeed. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a market. We're going to... Wait, there aren't markets in here, darn it. Yeah, there's nothing subtle we can do.
Where's Kel?
We could just
Oh,
tour
okay,
the
never mind.
neighborhood. That's fine.
What?
We can just tour the neighborhood.
Yeah, let's tour the neighborhood. So when we're far enough from the house that they aren't going, that they can't hear us, I'm going to look at Aenerion. All right. Bark once for yes, twice for no. Did you detect the girl's scent when we're far away from the inn? Did you go towards the scent? Is that a no?
It was once for yes, twice for no, right?
Yes.
So he said when we got out of the inn that he didn't have it anymore.
I love that. I like how Elias is like, all right, once for yes, twice for no. You know, ask some questions. He goes, roof, roof. And he's like, okay, that's a no. Ask another question. He goes, roof. And he's like, wait, is that a no?
Well,
I'm confused. I'm confused at my own
for
rules.
anything.
To be fair, that's me being an idiot, not the character.
I'm just gonna pick up the dog and put him inside the window again. That's fine.
So, he says he went towards the scent.
Yep. So you, Aenerion, the scent specifically, is that what you're going towards? Or would you be doing something else after you're dropped inside?
Well, okay, if we're dropping him inside to go for the scent, I'm gonna whisper to him quietly, I guess we're not waiting for night.
Yeah, I would head for the scent.
Okay, so when you get here to the center there, you kind of pick up the scent strongly, and it seems to go between this door, right here, and this door, up here. It seems like there's kind of a direction to it. Like there's no, you don't know what direction to follow, but you can definitely, you could continue going out this door and pick up on a straight scent, and you also kind of pick it up towards that door.
So, he's following the scent now, and we know that. So, what
And I
Elias...
circle around here, and then I walk up here, and I circle around here sniffing. And then I scratch at the door.
So, what Elias is going to do now is he's just going to say suddenly, come here, boy. We need to... I think I get it. We need to come up with what to do. Alright, guys. If you guys are ready to go in, I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace, but I don't want to, like, just insta-cast it on you guys and laugh at the chaos.
Well, we're going in, I guess.
Alright, so you have advantage, and Elias, without really telling you guys what he's doing, is going to cast Pass Without Trace on the...
I'm going to attempt to get through the window as stealthily as I can.
I want to go through before Nile does.
I would also like to go before Nyle does.
Remember to apply the Pass Without Trace.
Which
So-
is plus 10 to stealth, right?
Yeah, plus 10
Plus
stealth.
stealth, and you have regular stealth. So can we group stealth just because we have much better
Yeah,
odds of succeeding
that's
in
what
our
I was
group
going to
stealth?
say. Go ahead and roll a group stealth for me.
So mine's a 23 then.
Mine's an 8. Wait, with the
18.
okay.
Mine is currently at 24.
I got a 27.
So 24 is your group stealth.
Stealth. Oh, and remember that we can only be detected by that for detection of us. It has to be magical means. We can't. It's. You should read the spell. I'm not wholly clear what that means, but it sounds important.
Yep, I got it.
We can be seen with non-magical means, but we can only be tracked with magical means.
Yes.
We don't leave a trace. Imagine that. Just kidding.
All right, you guys are inside the window, and you're pretty confident that you're being pretty stealthy.
So it leads here. Can you pick this lock, or do we have to break it down? That would break the whole stealth aspect.
What did you say? I'm sorry?
Aenerion will drop the dog form to pick the lock.
Okay, go ahead and roll me thieves' tools. So you are able to pick that lock, which I have just unlocked for you.
Can I check the door for traps, even though I already unlocked it?
Yeah. You don't sense any traps. You open the door, and there's a table there. Seems to be set for 6. And then there's a rug in the south.
I'm gonna look under the rug.
Yeah. So you look under the rug, and turns out there is a trap door there.
Wild.
I check it for traps.
Okay, go ahead and roll me perception.
Is it a net one? Is that what that was?
I do a really bad job.
Also, I think you just locked Kel out.
I'm like, hey guys, this is definitely not trapped. This door is perfectly safe.
I'm gonna do a double check just in case.
I
Hey,
trust
you
him.
don't know that he's not 100% confident in that.
I trust him.
It's not that I don't trust him, it's just that I don't trust, well, any of you. Outside of maybe Igvis. You're a pirate. Yeah, Kel almost... Well, Kel did kill someone.
Elias is constantly lying, but Aenerion at least seems like a straight shooter to me.
But have you caught Elias lying yet?
Yes.
Does my
Yeah.
16 investigation show me any traps on the trapdoor?
No, you don't find any traps.
See, now I know that the DM's lying because it's literally called a trapdoor.
Elias, I literally saw you trying to sneak away from me because you were trying to be sneaky. Just
So
saying.
is the door locked?
So you try to open it?
Aenarion's gonna, hey guys, step back just in case I was wrong.
I
Well,
trust you.
let's open it up and let's go.
And he tries to open it.
Okay, and it does open. And if you click on that door icon, it'll take you down a set of stairs. And it leads you down, so you'll want to click your token then click the door, by the way, to go down the stairs. And if you go back up the stairs, by the way, it's going to put you in the other room, just as an FYI.
Yes.
Automatically. So you get down, and it seems like there's a basement down there. There's a couple crates in the basement and 2 large barrels. There are...
Open the crates.
Yeah, you can open the crates. When you open the crates, it seems like there are some dried goods down there.
I'll check. Can I help and check the walls for?
I was about to check the walls for any sort of button.
I'm gonna check the barrels.
I'll be assisting Nyle then, if anything.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me.
Comes over and holds on one of the candles on the wall, thinking it's a game of Clue.
Roll me a group investigation.
We don't have advantage on this. Crap.
No, we're all just rolling to see like what our average investigation would be.
We lost Kel in the chat.
Yep.
Wait, why did you all roll bad?
Hey, I got perfectly average, thank you. Okay, a little better than average.
Look, Elias has his skills. He is not
Wow,
a detective.
that is like probably the worst investigation
See what I mean? Like,
I've ever seen.
like what? How did? No,
Half of us are pie drunk, okay?
So the funny part is that like, again, Niall's just like an old man, and he's able to see more than the rest of you.
So, Kel, are you here? Because your investigation roll could make a difference.
Yes, I am.
Please roll and get a 20 and save us.
Go ahead and roll an investigation for me.
I cast guidance on Cal.
If we can make it like if we can get Kel to 30. So how much does guidance add?
So Kel sees Aenerion over here, and sees Aenerion pulling on one of the things. So he comes down here. You come down to the bottom, Kel, and you pull on this one. And when you pull on that one, with your 21, something happens. And a door lights up here on the southwest wall, and then moves to the side. And a secret door is revealed.
I'm gonna go
Very tight walls.
to the door.
Yes, and as you open that secret door, it looks like this section has been dug out. So it is dirt. There is wooden rafts kind of hanging up to support this section.
Well, that's unfortunately familiar.
And then as you get to the end there, the entire thing collapses. I'm just kidding.
I was
like on our
and we're all dead.
Start re-rolling, guys.
Yeah, and you all
Yeah,
die. Mine collapse there. A tunnel does
demons,
continue
it's
on off the map here, as far as you can see with your dark vision, and it is completely dark down here.
I immediately cast light on my chest.
No,
so
I notion for you to not.
No, I'm gonna do that because it's a cantrip and it's really easy, and I'm way too old to wait for whatever Elias has got going on right
He's
now.
around the corner anyway.
Well-
Aenarion's going to produce a flame in his hand as well.
Well, the thing
Just
is,
so he
if
has
we
some
don't produce light, wouldn't light give us like disadvantage on stealth checks in the dark or something?
Yeah, but we're in literally a mine tunnel that we can't move side to side, and there's nothing to hide behind.
Fine. Elias is gonna cast light on who's closest to Elias.
You're not casting light on me.
Okay, fine.
I already have light on my armor, so it's shining.
Yeah, that'll work. I'm gonna mention that we should try to be stealthy, and everyone should stay close to me.
This is eerily familiar to when we lost Marza. That's all I'm saying. Another place under another place of business.
Okay.
First
so
off, don't jinx it.
you guys continue down the tunnel. Is that the intention?
I mean, yeah, we found a tunnel. We're going all the way, you know?
Okay. So I think this is a good place to stop the session. You guys are headed down a long, dark tunnel that is being lit up 40 feet ahead by light from Nile's shining armor.
Well, Mariana has 120 feet dark
Yeah, I
vision.
was gonna say, can I see the end of the tunnel?
You cannot with your dark vision.
Oh, okay.
It does continue on and wind.
Alright, but let the record show. We still have Pass Without Trace. It's a second level spell, and I'm getting my money's worth.
All right, I'm aware. Okay, sounds good. Let's go ahead and end it here. Say goodbye to the stream.
Bye.
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 Uh,